Mr. Sergeant of Arms invites members into the chamber and closes doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Kiesling will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Kiesling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honor to have Dr. John Bush with us today. John is director of schools at York Institute and has been a minister since 2003. Now, prior to his York position, and that's where he's serving at York Institute, he served as a substitute teacher, paraprofessional, maintenance employee, bus driver, teacher, and coach. Administratively, he served 7 years as assistant principal and 2 years as principal at Chairman Bricken's Coffee County Central High School, as well as 8 years at Representative Warner's Marshall County High. A 1997 graduate of MTSU, yes, Middle Tennessee State U, he went on to attend Tennessee Tech University, where he earned his master's degree. At present, he resides in Jamestown with his wife, Sunshine, along with their 2 daughters, Savannah, who is a freshman at York Institute, and Serena, who's in the 8th grade at Pine Haven School there in Fentress County. Mr. Bush's honors include being named the 2010 Jostens Renaissance National Quarterly of the Year, as well as a 2019 inductee into the Jostens Renaissance National Hall of Fame. For those of you not acquainted with Jostens Renaissance, their organization recognizes educators who've had a positive impact on their communities locally and regionally. John has also been recognized as the 2017 Middle Tennessee Principal of the Year and a finalist for the statewide Tennessee Principal of the Year. With that, Dr. Bush.
Thank you. Would you bow with me, please? Dear Holy Father, we thank you for this day of life that you blessed us with. We pray, dear Lord, that you help each of us here to seize this blessing of life today that you have given to us, and that we make the most of it, not for our own gain, Lord, but for the benefit of our fellow man and for your glory, Father. We pray that our actions today bring honor and glory to your name, and that you will help us to be victorious in the things that are right, and that you'll defeat us, Lord, in those things that we may do that are wrong. Father God, we pray your blessings on the men and women of this chamber today. We pray that as they are about the business of the state, they do so in a way and manner that would be pleasing to you and that would glorify your holy name. We pray your blessings on our state and our country, Father. We pray, Lord, that you would heal the divisions in our country, and that we would be a truly united people in your name and according to your will, and that you would help us to soften our hearts and humble ourselves before your glorious throne. Father, we earnestly pray for those who are suffering, especially the children, the elderly, and the citizens of Ukraine. Father, we pray a speedy resolution to this war, and that this unnecessary suffering ends soon, as we know this grieves your heart as well. We pray also for our neighbors in Sevier County who've been displaced and affected by the wildfires. We just pray, Lord, that you put a hedge of protection around each and every one of them. Finally, Father, we thank you for being our God. We thank you for allowing us to be your people, and we thank you for hearing our prayers. And we thank you most of all for your son, Jesus, and it's in his holy name we pray. Amen.
Representative Kiesling will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us salute. Pledge. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Speaker, do you mind coming down for just a moment?
Yeah, let me get the roll call.
Sure.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 94 members present.
Let the journal reflect Representatives Holtzclaw, Stewart, and Potts are excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring
We have presentations. Representative Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, please escort the guests to the well. Representative Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
City Joint Resolution 1412 by Chairman Kumar, resolution honor and commend the members and coaches of the East Robertson High School boys basketball team upon winning the TSSAA Division I Class A state championship. Whereas it is fitting that this General Assembly should salute those students and athletes who, through their extraordinary efforts, have distinguished themselves as true champions of whom we can all be proud. And whereas one such exemplary group of young athletes is the East Robertson High School boys basketball team, whose members have all proven themselves to be the fiercest of competitors and truly worthy of admiration by winning the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association Division I Class A state championship. And whereas capturing the program's first state basketball championship since 1989, the East Robertson Indians soundly defeated Peabody 67-42 at the Murphy Center on the campus of Middle Tennessee State University to claim the coveted gold ball trophy. And whereas playing tenacious defense, the Indians held Peabody to its lowest scoring total of the season as the team shot just 30% from the field while committing 11 turnovers. And whereas the members of East Robertson High School boys basketball team epitomize all that is good in today's student athlete, as they have achieved a premier level of success in competition while exhibiting the highest degree of character in all aspects of life. And whereas the members of this General Assembly find it appropriate to pause in their deliberations to acknowledge and applaud the members of the East Robertson High School boys basketball team on this special occasion, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we hereby honor and commend the members, coaches of the East Robertson High School boys basketball team upon winning the TSSAA Division I Class A state championship and extend to them our best wishes for every continued success in all their future endeavors.
Representative Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the 112th General Assembly, staff, and guests, it is my honor to present to you the pride of Robertson County, the East Robertson Indians. They're led by Coach Kurt Vaughn and Coach Kurt Caton and Jimbo Vaughn, and they are the 2022 Class 1A basketball state champions. Members in all our communities, our sports teams bring pride. They teach commitment to our young students and athletes, and they are a source of achievement and well-being in our society. Basketball is special. The way I look at it, it's a sport that is beyond me, but the way I see it, it gives you a chance to make a good play every 30 or 40 seconds. And how cool is that you can do all that? East Robertson in our community is a sports powerhouse. They won the Class 1A baseball championship last year, and again, the basketball state championship this year. We're very proud of them. It's great to have them here. And Mr. Speaker, kindly allow Coach Kurt Caton to say a few words.
Yes, Representative Coach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank this House. We'd like to thank Dr. Kumar for inviting us in this great honor.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank Dr. Kumar and this House for inviting us today. It's a great honor to be here. We're very proud to be the state champions. We have worked really, really hard. These young men have put a lot of time and effort into this accomplishment. Their community, their families, the entire county is very proud of their hard work, and we're very blessed and happy to be here, and we're very honored to receive this resolution. Thank y'all.
Representative Kumar.
Mr. Speaker, please join us for a championship photo.
Representative Ramsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant at Arms escort our guest into the chamber, and Representative Moon join me up here.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, please escort our guests to the well. Representative Ramsey, you are recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 999 by Chairman Ramsey and others, a resolution to honor and commend Blunt Memorial Hospital on the occasion of its 75th anniversary. Whereas it is the privilege of this General Assembly to recognize those premier medical facilities that have compassionately and capably served the citizens of this state for generations. And whereas Blunt Memorial Hospital in Maryville is one such entity, which is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year, marking 3/4 of a century of providing the highest quality health care to all those who cross its threshold. And whereas the hospital owes its existence to 3 local community leaders who began working together to investigate the feasibility of a Blount County-based hospital in the late 1930s and early 1940s, as well as to the community members who came together to provide the funds, land, labor, and other resources needed to build a hospital from Blount County during the economically challenged post-war era. And whereas that dream of a local hospital would come true on July 24th, 1947, the new facility was named Blount Memorial Hospital in honor of Blount Countyans who have died in the line of duty, those missing in action, and those who have served and continue to serve our country. And whereas throughout its 75-year history, Blount Memorial Hospital has forged strong relationships with its communities, working diligently to fulfill its mission to continuously improve the health and well-being of the entire community, and to work in partnership with others who share its core values of hospitality, excellence, advocacy, leadership, and stewardship. And whereas Blount Memorial is not simply caring for its communities today, but also working to ensure that the future of healthcare by encouraging and supporting workforce development efforts specifically for health-related careers. And whereas the hospital's operations and work in its communities have been heavily challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic since March 2020. However, its leadership has not wavered, but has instead carried Blount County through this first pandemic in more than 100 years. Whereas it is appropriate that we pause to honor Blount Memorial Hospital's rich history, its dedication to delivering high-quality healthcare close to home, and its commitment to ensuring the future of healthcare on the occasion of its 75th anniversary Now therefore be resolved by the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor and commend the employees, physicians, volunteers, and board members of Blunt Memorial Hospital on the celebration of its 75th anniversary, saluting those who have given their time and talents throughout the hospital's history to support the overall health of those in and around the hospital's communities, making Blunt County a special place in which to live, work, and play.
Representative Ramsey, you are recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here today in honor of one hospital, but I think we need to honor all of our local hospitals today. And anybody that has that feeling has a local hospital, which there are very few government hospitals left. Welcome to join us up here. Typically, hospitals are among the top 4 employers of any community, a huge economic generator for our communities. Without adequate health care, you can't recruit commerce. And we're here to honor today specifically Blount County's Blount Memorial Hospital on their 75th year of service. We're honored today to have Jane Nelson, the Assistant Administrator of Blount Memorial Hospital. She's been in her position since 1985. I will ask Jane in a moment to say a few kind words to us. First, I'll recognize Representative Moon and Senator Swan if he comes in. There are 2 more of the Blount County citizens that have been kept alive all these years by our lovely hospital. So,
Representative Moon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Probably in the 75-year period of time, no time period was more challenging the last 2 years. Every community that is represented in this chamber lived through this time where the staffs were stressed beyond belief. The ICUs and the CCUs were full for a long period of time. And then to face the situation of having to be vaccinated in order to go to work. Thank goodness we finally came to our senses and provided relief for those hospitals. So at this time, I don't believe Senator Swan has joined us, but I'd like, Mr. Speaker, if Ms. Jane Nelson, member of our staff, Blount Memorial, say a few words, sir.
Absolutely. You are recognized, ma'am. Thank you.
So just a few comments. First of all, I'm honored to be with these gentlemen. We're blessed to have representatives, Moon and Ramsey, for our community. It's truly a blessing. It's been a rough couple of years for hospitals everywhere, but we're really joyful to celebrate our 75th this year, to perhaps come out of the difficulties we've had and to celebrate 75 years. I'm so proud of our staff, proud of our hospital, and it's a wonderful community to serve. And so thank you for this lovely proclamation, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Representative Ramsey, you're recognized.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you would join us down in the well for a picture, I would appreciate it.
Welcome and honor. Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great pleasure to honor several folks to the House chamber today. Up on my left of the chamber today is my former intern wearing his master's tie today. But he and his wife, Jessica, it's Konstantin Yepafanstev. It took me 6 weeks to figure out how to say his last name. But he is a non-traditional intern from Cookeville. They together have a business and been married for 10 years. They have 4 lovely children who are fantastic artists. They draw me stuff in the office all the time. Very happy to have them and Jessica's father here with us today. He is a successful business owner in his town and literally the quintessential example of the American dream, moving here when he was 3 from Russia. So we're really proud to have him in the chambers today. The consent counter honors him in his service to our district and the state. He's #1 in our hearts, #1 on your calendar. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Speaker, one other thing. I'm fixing to run over to the Senate chamber. The Lady Upperman Bees, Lady Bees are in the house today. They are celebrating their 3rd state championship out of the last 6 years. Dana McWilliams, their coach, is here and their families are here. We're really excited to honor them over in the Senate chambers and in here today. They also have the Miss Basketball, Brooklyn, is here as well. And so Brooklyn Crouch. And so we're happy to have them as well. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to recognize my good friend, Memphis City Council member Worth Morgan, standing up here in the corner, if everyone can make him feel welcome while he's in town.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my distinct honor, along with Representative Reedy and Representative Tandy Darby, to welcome the 2022 Hostess Princess Court for the Henry County Jaycees Fish Fry. They're up here on our left. We have Emma Brewer, Briley Hayes, Maddie Grace Ellis, Madison Vermillion, and Allison Bizu. And they're with their chaperones, Cecilia Casey, Amanda Lackey, and Brandon Lackey. Would y'all please welcome them and come to the Henry County Fish Fry starting this Saturday through next Friday. Governor Lee will be there, is my understanding. Thank you.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Speaker. All of us who are fortunate to be grandparents are so blessed. And so today is a great honor that I wish my little Olivia Scarlett Carringer a happy 4th birthday. And God really blesses you when you become grandparents. So all of y'all that have not reached that level yet, you'll know what I mean. And you'll appreciate your kids a whole lot more when that day comes. Happy birthday, Olivia.
I was looking for Representative Garrett. I don't see him, so we'll come back. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Speaker. 32 years ago today, I walked down the aisle and said I do to the greatest blessing of my life. So happy anniversary, Hallie Alexander.
Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surely to goodness we're not going to be here tomorrow. And in that vein, I need to wish my soon-to-be 11-year-old Caitlin Grace that you see working down here sometimes over spring break. Caitlin Grace turns 11 years old tomorrow. Help me wish Caitlin a happy birthday.
Representative Garrett at Halford's at your desk. Yep, very good. At Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize and honor one of my constituents who's here, but not just because he's a constituent. He's an avid fan of Goodlettsville baseball. Steve Field is here to my right. Please welcome him. Thank you for being here.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we weren't in session Tuesday, I'm taking this opportunity to wish my dad a very happy birthday.
Very nice. Anyone else? Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks ago, the DNA recognized the remains of Claude White from Pearl Harbor, from the attack in Pearl Harbor. He was from my district, and they laid him to rest 13 miles from my house this week. And I thought it was so awesome that there was a group, and I don't even know the name of them, but they came and put American flags out every 30 steps for almost 13 miles from the funeral home to Bell's Chapel Cemetery. And what a testament to their patriotism. But it was wonderful to see this veteran be laid at his final resting place. I just wanted to recognize him, Mr. Claude White.
Thank you. Representative Wendell.
Mr. Speaker, may I request a moment of silence for my predecessor who spent a good deal of his life in this building beginning in the 1950s. And this gentleman helped so many people in this room and across the state of Tennessee, a genuinely nice, decent human being. And I won't go too deep in the details, but he was a commissioner of banking back when banking and insurance were still together. And he had a life that somebody should write a book about. But he's had an impact on you, Mr. Speaker, and on so many people in this room. Let's just take a moment to remember somebody who wasn't just successful financially in the business world, but he was a nice person to poor folks, rich folks, middle-class folks, and I wish we had more like him. But with that, God rest his soul, and I know I miss him already. And it's Millard Von Oakley. He was a titan, not just in the business world, but he had the depth of character that very few people that I've met have. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you'd agree with, you knew him personally also, and Ryan and Kelly. And I'm droning on, but I'm going to continue to drone on because he really, really was a good guy and set such a good example. And having lost my father 2 weeks ago, they were the same type of people. So let's take a moment. And as we remember him, let's try to strive to be that type of person and get along with our colleagues, regardless of what our stripe is, because he certainly set that example. And again, I miss him already a great deal.
Thank you. Representative Alexander.
I just want to welcome my great nephew into this world. Gabriel Matthew Carson was born yesterday, weighing 10 pounds and 2 ounces.
Anyone else under welcoming and honoring? All right, next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar or referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that all Senate Joint Resolution congratulatory and memorializing line of the desk be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bills 2,914 and 2,915 be introduced and passed on first consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on first consideration.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Bills 1,997, 2,000, 2001, 2013, 2,478, 2,672, and 2,774 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions and memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar number 1.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of consent calendar 1 on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentlemen, moves passage of the consent calendar, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, there are no objections filed on consent calendar 1.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on item number 86, Senate Joint Resolution 1596, a resolution to recognize Bob Thomas on the occasion of his retirement as Superintendent of Knox County Schools with 49 years of service to Knox County, and request that all members of the Knox County delegation be listed as co-prime sponsors. Thank you, Mr.
All right, anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? On consent calendar 1, we're on 1. We're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is passed. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules to consider consent calendar number 2.
You heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have some objections on consent calendar number 2. Item 9, House Joint Resolution 1173. Item 10, House Joint Resolution 1174 have been objected to by Chairman Dixie. Item 73, House Joint Resolution 1237 has been objected to by Chairman Rudd.
Gentlemen, move passage of consent calendar, probably second. Mr. Clerk stated the objections. Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same song, second verse. I rise on item number 86, Senate Joint Resolution 1596, a resolution to recognize Bob Thomas on the occasion of his retirement as Superintendent of Knox County Schools with 49 years of service to Knox County, and request that all members of the Knox County legislative delegation be listed as co-prime sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Exclusions duly noted without objection. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on HJR 1232, I'm asking that all members voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors. On HJR 1236, I'm asking that all members of Davidson County be listed as co-prime sponsors. And on HJR 1172, I'm asking that all members of the Black Caucus be listed as co-prime sponsors. Thank you, sir.
Without objection, exclusions duly noted. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Number 2, that is. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of consent calendar 2 on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, properly seconded. Any objection? No objection. We're voting on the consent calendar. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection to the most reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Call it first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1735 by Chairman Todd and others relative to firearms.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1735 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Todd moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have House Amendment 2 by Representative Miller. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to
move to withdraw.
Without
the
objection,
amendment.
without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, it lowers the age in this state for an individual to carry a handgun to protect themselves from the age of 21 to the age of 18, the same age that is required in TCA Code 58-1-104 for that member of the society to be a member of the militia of this state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to sponsor. Let me say to you, I really understand your intent for this, and I didn't rise to criticize your legislation at all. I just want to put this on record. I believe that right now, most 18-year-olds who wish to has probably got a gun already illegal. So I don't think we add in anything in terms of more weapons on. But I do think maybe we might be giving some people legality to carrying guns that right now don't deserve it, because once this bill passed, those people who are not responsible with a weapon will still have a legal right to carry it. And I just wanted to put that on record. I'm not standing against your legislation as much as I'm standing to just say, I think maybe this could give somebody an opportunity to carry it legally when they really are not responsible with it. But I do understand your cause and reason and all that you said. Thank you for letting me say that.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate those comments. And certainly there are members of our society that are prohibited already from carrying firearms, and that doesn't change in this legislation. That those restrictions will still be there. All this is doing is removing infringements on your Second Amendment rights provided by God first and by our Constitution that you have to protect yourself. And this is for law-abiding citizens. We're not passing legislation for criminals. So I appreciate your comments.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the current law in reference to an 18-year-old that's in the military, been in the military, in reference to the right to carry open?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I'm accurate in saying that members of the military or the ones that have been been honorably discharged, 18 to 20-year-olds are currently able to carry. So we trust that group of 18 and 20-year-olds already to protect themselves with handguns, but we segregate out other 18 to 20-year-olds, and that's what this is intending to remove that infringement.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the bill is to reduce that age from 21 to 18. A question, do you think there's a difference emotionally and mentally, a difference between an individual age 17 and 18?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I understand the question, but we trust 18-year-olds in the military right now. We trust 18-year-olds at the ballot box right now. And we trust 18-year-olds right now to possess a firearm of any kind, handgun or long gun, already in their homes and their vehicles. They just can't get out of their vehicle and go into their house, or get out of their vehicle and go into their place of business where they are lawfully able to possess right now.
Representative Miller.
So why not reduce it to 17 if you don't think there's a difference in the ability of a 17-year-old? And let's exclude those that are in the military. We've already excluded them. They have the right to carry now. But you want to reduce from 21 to 18. Do you think there's a difference between an individual between the ages of 18 and 21, the difference in their emotional well-being, their mental capacity? Do you think there's a difference between that age group?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill doesn't address whether I think there are differences or not. This is strictly a constitutional question. If your oath of office, like mine, binds you to protect the rights and the freedoms of citizens of this state based on the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Tennessee, this gets our law back into line with what that Constitution says, plain and simple. 18-year-olds are able to vote. 18-year-olds are considered mature adults in this country and are already allowed to possess these same weapons. This only allows them to carry with the intent to protect themselves like any 21 or 22-year-old.
Representative Miller.
Representative Todd, again, 18 military, there's training. I get that. I support that. There's training. But what this bill is doing, or would do, is to open that up to every individual in this state. And do you know that right now statistics are showing the number of killings between 18 and 30 in this state? That number is increasing because those individuals have greater access to weapons. And as it was mentioned earlier by Representative Shaw, those numbers are there. What we will do with this bill is make it a wide open, any and everybody at 18, you can carry a weapon. And I promise you, the number of individuals that are going to be adversely impacted by this, 18s and above, is going to increase astronomically. So I think this is a bad idea. Let's keep it at 18, military, you can carry your weapons. But now you're opening it up to everyone that's 18 in this state, and I think that is a slippery slope, and we will see the negative results of this pretty soon in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the statistics that are quoted there are not statistics, as he stated, that are perpetrators. These are individuals that are killed. And I would argue that those that are being killed in that age group are not able to protect themselves legally. And they would be if you vote for this bill and restore their rights under the Constitution.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Sponsor, the comments, or questions that I'm going to mention, we've already talked about it. So this is not new to you. This is one we hadn't talked about though, but I was interested and I understand, I promise you, I understand your position constitutionally. I get it. You actually make a very good argument, about the Constitution and what it, and what it grants. But the Constitution didn't speak to age. So how did we arrive to 18-year-olds and not 15-year-olds? It's because the Constitution didn't speak to age.
Representative Todd.
The age of maturity has been established for a long time in this country at 18 years of age. Your question about at the time of the Constitution, I will go back to the Bill of Rights, December 15th of 1791. At that point in time, what do you think the age was required for militia participation in the United States? New Hampshire, 16 to 40. Massachusetts, 16 to 50. Connecticut, 16 to 45, and I could go on. So at that time, they were looking for every able-bodied person, and they trusted even 16-year-olds. All I'm doing is restoring the rights of 18 to 20-year-olds that under this Constitution, as you stated, we all know what it says. And 18-year-olds are considered adults for voting, for joining the military, and many other things in this country already. And that's all this does is restore their rights, removes those infringements from their rights.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Was there anywhere, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just trying to be clear too for myself. Was there anywhere in there in the Constitution that spoke to age? As a matter of fact, can you read that section of the Constitution to us that speaks to the right to bear arms?
Representative Todd.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, period.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These 18-year-olds that we're speaking of, are they part of a militia?
Representative Todd.
Legally, technically, they are, both under the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. As I stated a few minutes ago, TCA Code 58104, the militia shall consist of all able-bodied male citizens who are residents of this state and between 18 and 45 years of age, and who are not members of the Army or Navy as here and above defined, and who may not otherwise be exempted by the laws of this state or United States, period.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so men who are 18 to 45 are considered part of a militia. So that would mean that females that are 18 and up, and that would also mean that men over 45 wouldn't fit that definition under the Constitution. Am I correct?
Representative Todd.
You asked about the militia, sir, and that's what I stated.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, so I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm trying to make a point. I did ask about what the amendment, what the Constitution said, and what the definition of a militia was, because the Constitution says that for a well-regulated militia, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. And if we say a well-regulated militia is defined as men from 18 to 45, then constitutionally that doesn't include women, and it doesn't include men over 45 for under that constitutional right.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supreme Court case, DC versus Heller, says the right of the whole people, old and young, men, women, and boys, and not militia only, to keep and bear arms of every description, and not such merely as are used by the militia, shall not be infringed, curtailed, or broken in upon in the smallest degree. And all this for the important end to be attained, the rearing up and qualifying a well-regulated militia so vitally necessary to the security of a free state.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor. If that's the case, then there should be no age requirement, period. Let me ask you this though, or let me speak to this rather. When I went into the Marine Corps at 17, I was 17 years old when I went in the Marine Corps, and I had never, well, let me rephrase that. I had never shot a military rifle, and they wouldn't put a gun in our hands until we went through safety training, range training, and more. And then even after that, when we went through that training, we were then firing and snapping in, what we call snapping in for those that have been in the Marine Corps, with blanks. And then we graduated to shooting at a target. And I remember that first shot, my first shot, I think I might have shot somebody else's target, right? Because I still sucked at shooting. And but I eventually became an expert shooter in the Marine Corps, right? And carried that expert badge, but I was well trained in gun safety. And I think about the 18-year-olds that's in my city and in our county. And I think this scenario just played through my head for some reason, right? Pull up at a gas station, and now the 18-year-old untrained individuals are walking around with a gun, with no check, no background check, absolutely nothing, no background checks at all. And I think about that. And then I also think about the mental health issues that we're dealing with in our state. And I think about also the how impulsive I was at 18 years old. And I was in the Marine Corps. I had been through training at that point, but I was still impulsive, ready to fight, especially Navy guys, right? Just ready to fight on demand, and find a couple of Air Force guys ready to fight, but I was impulsive because I was young, right? And I look at, where we are in our county now, and there's nothing in this legislation that is going to allow for these individuals that's carrying these guns to have background check. Yes, according to the Constitution, we have the right to bear arms. I fully support that. Chairman Todd, I fully support the right to bear arms. But these kids, no background checks, no training, that's a different animal. And I'm just not sure that is something that we want to, a road that we want to go down without the training. I would fully support your bill if we could only just require the 18 to 21-year-olds to get gun safety training if they want to carry. And then when they hit 21, it goes into the open carry law. They don't even have to have it. And so I just thought that was, sensible for us to do. And I don't know if it's too late for you to consider that, but I really wish that you would.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Speaker's kind comments and supportive comments even in there of the right to keep and bear arms. And I also know that the statement I read earlier, repeating what the Second Amendment says, that's in the Constitution that you and I both have an oath to uphold, does not have a but after the end of it. It has a period. It doesn't say, but we ought to do this, we ought to do that. The Supreme Court has ruled. This is plain and simple. It's plain English. That's all this does, removes that infringement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, Chairman Todd, I understand your argument and do appreciate what you're doing. Only thing is, I just think that we are, the level of maturity in most cases, those that are not in the military might not be there. My drill instructors matured me, and they matured me fast in 3 months. But the other individuals that have not been through that been through a boot camp, a renewing of their minds, a training, don't have that same background and structure that I had. And so, I just want to make sure that we got that on the record. And thank you for your time.
Representative Todd.
Thank you for those comments, and you certainly, sir, have every right to vote against your obligations under the Constitution.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. And to the sponsor, we've gone round and round on this. I'm just going to put a few points on the record with your cooperation. Number one is I'm sure that you're aware of the medical research and the findings, and there's a body of study, a mile wide, mile deep, that suggests that the prefrontal cortex of the brain, the part that's responsible for controlling compulsive behavior, is not fully developed until 25-ish. And that's a question as to whether you're aware of that and whether you agree.
Representative Todd.
This is not a medical bill. This is strictly to get our law in compliance with the Constitution of the United States of America.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And of course, part of getting our state in line with the Constitution includes the Supreme Court rulings, as you cited earlier. The Supreme Court has also stated that there is a public interest in regulating the Second Amendment. I'm sure you agree with that.
Representative Todd.
I read the statement earlier, and I won't bore everybody with reading that again from the Supreme Court in D.C. versus Heller, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. That's a completely different issue, but I thank you for your response. Well, we can go back to that. When we're talking about a well-regulated militia, then we need to also understand what weapons were available for that well-regulated militia at that time. How many people could one man kill in a certain period of time? All of that is important when we're interpreting where we were and where we are today. We know better in terms of the regulation that needs to be in place because of the supremacy of weapons in America to any other country. We have better weapons, we have more weapons than any other country on the face of this earth. So we need to consider that. We also need to consider that there are advancements in science and the medical research is real. It tells us that the young folks who are 18 to 25 do not have a mature brain, and that accounts for the impulsive actions that quite often result in crime, and thus the disproportionate number of young folks who not only, you stated earlier, there were numbers that spoke to the number of homicides, but that's on both sides. That's both from the perpetrator and from the victim. And the same thing with suicides. Young folks are disproportionately represented there. Young folks who act on impulse and then find themselves unable to unring that bell. But I thank you for your patience, sir. And I know your intentions are noble, but I disagree with your bill. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor Yield.
He does. Representative Towns.
Thank you very much. Representative, first thing I want to thank you for educating us on the Constitution. Every now and then we need a little touch up on what the Constitution allows. And I would think that if you venture and talk to each person on this House floor, every one of them would support the Constitution, with probably no deviation. However, a couple of hundred years in this country, our Constitution has been amended. Certain things have happened because times change. You made a comment, which is very well and true, that years ago, young men could bear arms at 16 years old. Years ago, people got married at 14 years. Things have changed. What I think we have to do is this: always employ the wisdom of the leadership. Wisdom. That's a word that does not get enough attention, in my opinion, as it relates to things that we do in this country, in this world. Your grandmother had wisdom. Your grandpa had wisdom. Your great-grandmother had wisdom. They had wisdom. Because we can do it doesn't mean we should all the time. Now, I'm coming from a perspective of supporting the Second Amendment, but never and go straight to the wall fighting for it, because I believe in the right to bear arms. No substitute. There was a time when we didn't need any license to carry in this country. But I believe, as things have changed, that we should support the Second Amendment at all costs. We really should. What I'm hearing is from the community. When we did our deal, where there's no background checks, constitutional carry, so to speak, the community rose up, and all spectrums of the community concerned about young people. Young people today are not like they were when you come along. They're unraised, they're not disciplined, they're emotional. And when you're 18 years old, I know this, all the men have probably been through this. You're trying to impress a girl. You're trying to impress somebody, how bad you are, how bulletproof you are, how tough you are. That's kids, okay? An 18-year-old is a kid to you because you're old enough to be his daddy, even though legally he's 18, but he's a kid. He's a kid to me. But their attitude is not what we need many times to be carried and armed. They don't back down, they're silly, they mess their lives up in a split-second judgment. For the rest of their lives, they're messed up. Get to be 25 years old, 35 years old, think about it, and what we're wishing for at that time, I wish to God I had another opportunity. You can't rewind life, it's done. And it could be your friend, it could be an accident, it could be anybody. And I'm not against the bill per se, I'm just thinking that some of the things that have been said on the floor in terms of young people having training, it certainly doesn't exclude, it certainly always excludes the military guys. We love them, they do great for us, but the average rank and file 18-year-old, we need to really be very, very careful how we allow them to have that kind of killing power in their hands. And I wish there was some kind of way that we could accomplish all. I wish also, Mr. Representative, that we could track these numbers and see what happens with these numbers with our young people. We want to trust our young people, and we want them to be able to protect themselves. But if our society is so violent, where young people have to carry guns everywhere they go, that means there's an indictment on the wrong people. We've not done our job somewhere. And I know there's violence in the world. Look at what's happening over in Ukraine, unprovoked reasons. I know the human heart creates a lot of conditions, but we have to figure out how to solve these problems with the wisdom of the ages. And what I'm going to ask is that at some point we look at tracking this to see if those numbers are going in the wrong direction. We want to support the Constitution. We certainly want to support the Second Amendment right. And thank you for sharing and listening. Thank you, Mr. Representative.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your support for the Constitution and for this legislation.
Yeah, okay. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, you earlier said, as you were talking about the military service, that only honorably discharged people are eligible at this time from the 18 through 20. Is that a correct statement?
Representative Todd.
I believe it is a correct summary of what we have right now under the law we passed last year, as well as the permit system.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Is there a reason for not allowing less than honorably discharged individuals the right to bear arms from that 18 through 20 timeline?
Representative Todd.
I really don't know why that restriction was put into that bill. I think, again, what I'm trying to do here is remove infringements that are granted by God first and by our Constitution second to 18 to 20-year-olds that currently have those infringements placed on them.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. So under your legislations, dishonorably discharged individuals will be allowed from the ages of 18 through 20. They will be allowed to carry on under your proposed legislation here.
Representative Todd.
Any 18 to 20-year-old that's not otherwise prohibited under the law, and someone that's dishonorably discharged may be prohibited for other reasons under the law.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. I think that was an opinion on your part that I don't feel is based in fact, but that's kind of the scary part of this whole piece. I think the military gets it. The military, they have done a lot of research, and there's a lot of things that they've done over the period of their existence and organization in vetting people. They pretty much have a come one, come out, but there's a vetting process that happens. And if an 18 through 21-year-old is dishonorably discharged, you can best believe it's for a reason. They give folks every opportunity because we want a strong military and a full military. So I think that one piece gets to, I think, the crux of what my concern is with this. And that is we have people that have broken military rules and military laws that's going to be able to come out of the military and be able to own and purchase and use guns when they've proven that their character might have some flaws that we don't like. So, and that to me is an extreme concern, and that's my only concern. That is my only concern with that. So, could you respond to that?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My response would be you have made a very valid point that our military calls up to service 18-year-olds every day of the week. They trust 18-year-olds with some very serious weaponry in their hands. And yes, they do train them. That's a wise thing to do. Just like the militia, a well-regulated militia means trained and ready to go. It does not mean regulating their wearing of arms or their keeping arms for protection of themselves. But you have proven the exact point that someone else was maybe trying to make earlier, that 18-year-olds are already trusted by our military, whatever their brain development might be. We trust them at the ballot box. The military trusts them in service.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. But part of that well regulation that I think you've left out is part of the regulation is saying, no, John Doe, Jane Doe, you do not have the right or the privilege. Maybe it's because of the training process. Maybe because of some other process. Part of that regulation is the military saying, no, you're not worthy. And part of the legislation that we passed last year said, no, if you're dishonorably discharged, you've proven something to us. So I'm only dealing with those folks who have proven that there's a flaw there. There's an issue there. And again, I'm only talking about that sliver because I do agree that if we allow 18-year-olds to be trained and to go and fight for our rights, I have a son that went at 18. So I understand, and he's an excellent marksman. And so I agree with the premise, but if we've proven that this sliver, and it is a sliver of our population, does not have those same capabilities and inherent ethics, we shouldn't allow them to bear.
Representative Todd.
Again, the language in the Constitution where it talks about being regulated is the militia is regulated, and the militia is separate from the armed forces. Always has been, always will be, I would imagine. And that militia can regulate themselves, their members of, in their ranks, their training, their preparation, just like our military does and expects to do, and we expect them to.
Representative McKenzie.
Sorry, just one last question, and I appreciate your indulging me. Does the police and sheriff support this piece of legislation?
Representative Todd.
I have many sheriffs and police chiefs across this state that support this legislation because they've actually brought me something that kind of in the middle of this process that I didn't expect. They said this is going to allow us to fill our ranks of open positions that we have not been able to prior to this. That was an unintended consequence, a very good benefit, I would say, sir.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question's been called. We might buy y'all lunch today. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1735 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Ryan. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 64, 28, nay, 2 present, not voted.
House Bill 1735 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1214 by Chairman Ramsey and others relative to criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, this Senate bill is on the desk. Mr. Speaker, this bill was previously considered and reset for today's regular calendar.
Chairman Ramsey, you're recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that we move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1165.
Chairman Ramsey moves to substitute and form to Senate Bill 1165, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1165 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Ramsey moves passage of Senate Bill 1165 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1 is in the Senate bill. Therefore, I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Ramsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1165 as amended updates the current law around exposure to HIV. The amended bill retains a Class C felony penalty for the crime of exposure, but removes the requirement of listing on the lifetime sex offender registry. Tennessee is one of only 6 states that still has that requirement, and this bill, as amended, updates that law. I renew my motion pending further questions.
Chairman Ramsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1165 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 41, 39 days, 6 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1165, having failed to receive constitutional majority, I hereby declare it re-referred to the Committee of Calendar and Rules. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2538 by Chairman Curcio.
Chairman Kershaw, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to roll this bill until first calendar next week. I need to roll next week.
Call the next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is ready for House Regular Calendar number 2. That's House Regular Calendar number 2. Item 1, House Bill 2656 by Chairman Halsey and others.
Representative Halsey, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this bill to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2103 by Representative Alexander and others relative to funeral directors and embalmers. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2570.
Representative Alexander moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2570, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2570 on third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage of Senate Bill 2570 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since that amendment is the same as the Senate amendment, we will move to enthusiastically withdraw it.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is 3 parts. It's Tennessee Funeral Directors Legislative Cleanup Bill. Part number 1 is continuing education for funeral directors and embalmers. We have allowed 10 hours of continuing education every 2 years, and the last 5 of those hours need to be done in person or virtually, where you have a professor and a teacher and you're able to communicate back and forth. Second part to the bill is unlicensed funeral directors that are bad actors that have lost their license based on their actions, and they are not allowed to work in the funeral business. The third part of this bill is pre-need sales agents. If you are already a licensed funeral director, then you would also not need to have a license as a pre-need salesman. So I renew my motion. That's my bill.
Representative Alexander renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2570 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2570 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2455 by Representative Hicks of Washington, relative to occupational teaching licenses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2442.
Representative Hicks moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2442, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2442 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 2442 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same as Senate Amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill helps address the instructor shortage in CT and vocational in our high schools. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing Representative Spicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify on the Senate's amendment, once these people are employed, it does require them to get a mentor and go through the normal classroom management process, correct?
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Any further discussion? Representative Parkinson at Dixie's desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Hicks, I just want to commend you on a great bill. Keep up the good work. We desperately need this, and thank you for bringing it.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2442 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Wendell, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 2442 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2261 by Representative Jernigan and others, relative to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Speaker, I move to substitute and conform to 2261. 51. I was looking.
Representative Jernigan moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2251, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2251 on third and final consideration.
Representative Jernigan moves passage of Senate Bill 2251 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the same as the Senate amendment. We defer to Chairman Jernigan for further explanation. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, it's brought to be by the Tennessee Hospitality Association. Working with the ABC, it's going to modernize some of their policies and procedures. It does several things. One, it synchronizes business licenses. So if you have more than you have several businesses, then different renewals throughout the year, you'll move to one renewal date. It provides for electronic verification. So in addition to paper posts, you'll be able to provide that you're in compliance through electronic means like your cell phone. As far as for caterers, it allows them to notify, transmit electronically, and then get a confirmed receipt for that. And it also allows the notification for a violation of an owner. What that is during the application process, the owner put their email address down, and that way they'll get to issue the violation instead of it going to someone else in their organization. So, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Jernigan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is this: will this bill make it easier for folks that are here illegally in the United States or present unlawfully to get a license?
Representative Jernigan.
No, sir. That's not in the bill at all.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Oh, Representative Holsey.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear one thing with the sponsor. The provision that says if you have multiple offenses of one business, maybe in satellite places, in one investigation, that will be all rolled into one offense. Did I read that right?
Representative Jernigan.
No, sir. Chairman Holsey, that was the original amendment. There's an amendment on the bill that rewrites it, and that part's not in there.
Representative Holsey, very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2551, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 11 nays, 3 present, unvoted.
Senate Bill 2251 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection to the most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1999 by Representative Jernigan, relative to prescriptions. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1859.
Representative Jernigan moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 1859, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1859 on third and final consideration.
Representative Jernigan moves passage of Senate Bill 1859 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill directs the Tennessee Board of Pharmacy to promulgate rules that will ensure an individual who's visually impaired will have appropriate access to prescription labels related to materials appropriate to their needs. With that explanation, I renew my motion.
Representative Jernigan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1859, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 1859 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection to the most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1201 by Speaker Sexton, Chairman Whitson, and others, relative to government reform. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Whitson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1005.
Chairman Whitson moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1005, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1005 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Whitson moves passage of Senate Bill 1005 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, was filed as House Amendment 2.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1201 is what we call the Campaign Finance and Ethics Reform Act of 2022. It's been the hard work over 15 months with input from citizens, legal advisors, members, special interest groups, and leadership of the House and Senate. First, I want others to know the majority of my fellow members in the General Assembly, lobbyists, 501c groups, and advocacy organizations follow the rules in regards to campaign reporting and disclosure. However, over the past year, we discovered there are parts of the TCA that needs to be updated and improved to ensure disclosure of campaign activities and ensure transparency of financial activities of organizations involved in state campaigns. It is important to our democracy to hold bad actors accountable and to ensure our overwatch agencies are responsive to reports of violations of campaign laws and regulations. The intent of House Bill 1201 is to increase public confidence and trust in the campaign process in regards to how campaigns are financed and to ensure elected officials and candidates are held accountable to the people of Tennessee, rather than being accountable to funded special interest groups that hide their funding activities with the help of our current campaign laws. Some of the provisions of this legislation includes reconfiguring the Registry of Election Finance, Ethics Commission, and the Bureau of Ethics and Campaign Finance. It requires the itemization of all expenditures reported on loan forms. It enhanced interim reporting for candidates and PACs of contributions and expenditures during the final 10 days before an election. Adds members of the governor's cabinet to a list of persons who cannot receive compensation for consulting services. Enhanced disclosure of single source incomes, 5,000 or more, and requires disclosure of members' controlled PACs. It clarifies that state trial judges file annual statements of interest disclosures with the Ethics Commission. Requires annual statement of interest disclosures be signed under penalty of perjury, which they are not now, and bans the use of pre-check boxes of authorization for future campaign contributions. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Whitson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one question. Item 13 adds members of the governor's cabinet to the list of persons who are prohibited from receiving compensation for consulting services. Same as if we have the administration, we have the legislature. Just curious, why did we not consider adding Secretary of State, Comptroller, Treasurer? And the reason I ask that question is because it seems as if someone that works within either of these departments could very well
One moment. Chairman Whitson.
All right, Representative Miller, I did not hear which section you were referring to. Are you talking about the disclosure statement?
Representative Miller.
Well, yes, yes. It just doesn't have it anywhere in the language that it includes those three departments.
Chairman Whitson.
Representative Miller, members, they're already included in that. There was an oversight that commissioners were not prohibited from taking consulting fees. I think that answers your question, but we're fixing that now.
Representative Miller.
So it's included.
Chairman Whitson.
Sir.
Representative Whitson. Any further discussion? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for bringing the legislation. I'm just asking for clarity. I'm voting for the legislation, so I'm supportive of it. Can you explain to me how does under this legislation, how can we see where this dark money is coming from?
Representative Williams. Or Chairman Whitson.
I'm going to defer to Chairman Williams. He helped draft that amendment and then explain the 501c for us.
Representative Williams.
Yes, I think it's important to say, which is why Colonel Whitson has done a great job working this bill, but I think it's important to say that there was a Supreme Court case called Citizens United that talked about what states could or couldn't do. One of the things that, can we get him an earpiece, Mr. Speaker?
Hey, members, let's keep the tone down just a little bit. Representative Williams.
Thank you. The Supreme Court case involving Citizens United said that we couldn't make known who the contributors were to these 501Cs. And so what we did is, if you remember last year, we protected who the contributors are. All this bill would do, after we met multiple times, heard from multiple interested parties, we made several revisions to the statute. If someone is a member, if they have a member group, then any communications with that member group is outside this current statute. And so if we were in legislature for a special session leading up to an election, it simply wouldn't apply either. All this would do is to bring the same level of accountability to those 501Cs, both 4, 5, and 6s. It would bring the same level of accountability to them as we have, only in the event that they spend money with has our image or likeness or information about us 60 days prior to an election, and where that expense is more than $5,000 over what they're average. So electronic communications, a simple email, those kinds of things to your members is completely outside of this and still permitted.
Representative Parkinson.
And thank you for that, Representative Chairman Williams. We didn't have very many, moments where we've agreed with each other. This is a rare moment. And so within that 60 days, then they would have to report it. And when would that report when would that report be available so people can see?
Representative Williams.
Thank you. It'd be there in their normal reporting period with Campaign Finance Registry.
Representative Parkinson.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for bringing the bill. Appreciate it.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. Chairman Whitson, I know you've done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate it. Just 2 questions. Is this going to increase transparency for the public in how money is spent on campaigns?
Chairman Whitson.
Yes, it will, under the provisions that we talked about, disclosure 60 days before a primary and a general election. Also, we decreased the amount during the 10-day reporting requirement that has to be reported. We added an electronic filing system, so we took it from 5,000 down to 1,000 to report within the 10-day period.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And my last question is the Bureau of Finance and the Tennessee Registry of Election Finance supportive of this legislation? You may have already said that. I may have missed it.
Chairman Whitson.
They have added great suggestions to this that we included. Yes.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I applaud you, sponsor, for what you're doing. But let's just be honest. The C4s, where they spend their money is pretty much irrelevant. It's where that money comes from. Today you can run down to the registry. You can create a group, which we know, unfortunately, there's criminals, among us that have done this. You can go down there. You can create an organization, Citizens for Democracy or whatever they want to call it. They can name a treasurer. That person doesn't even know they're being named the treasurer. You ask them and they're like, I had no idea they put my name on that piece of paper. And then they get their money from, some shady character to interfere in an election. And then you're going to put down on a disclosure, yeah, they dropped $100,000 on you on TV or mail pieces, but you never know where it came from. Where it comes from is what they're trying to intend on doing it. If Betsy DeVos is dropping $150,000 in your campaign, she's trying to harm public education in this state. Let's be honest about it. So we need to know where the money's coming from. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm voting for your bill, but protecting the donors of C4s, that's criminal in and of itself. We know that's the problem. We need to fix that problem. And if we need to create a case for the Supreme Court, we need to pass something to create that case. But again, I support your bill, but it's just a start. And let's keep on going in that direction. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it relates to your comments about contributions, the facts are the Supreme Court case is already opined saying that we cannot interfere with the knowledge and collection of those contributions. Those people remain anonymous. So if you were to give to Tennessee Right to Life, nobody in the state would know that you did so. And so that kind of protection is what the Supreme Court said that we want to preserve.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad you said that. You said if you gave the right to life. Well, there's a lot of other things that the Supreme Court's opined on that a lot of people in this chamber don't pay any attention to on a daily basis.
Representative Williams.
So Representative, you want us to ignore the Supreme Court? Is that what you're suggesting?
Representative Mitchell.
We've passed many pieces of legislation this year that hadn't paid too much attention to the Supreme Court.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. I'll take that as a yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1005 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Chisholm, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, 3 nays, 5 present, unvoted.
Senate Bill 1005, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 55 by Representative Reedy, a resolution to propose an amendment to Article 9 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to disqualifications.
Representative Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read Senate Joint Resolution 55 for its first reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 55 on the first reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 9 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to disqualifications. Be it resolved by the Senate of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a 2/3 majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 9, Section 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the section. Be it further resolved that, in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee, the foregoing proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people at the next general election in which a governor is to be chosen, the same being the 2022 November general election, and the Secretary of State is directed to place such proposed amendment on the ballot for that election. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Representative Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Joint Resolution 55 be set for its second reading on Monday, April 25th, 2022.
Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 715 by Chair Lady Hazelwood. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 2, Section 31 of the Constitution of Tennessee to allow the investment of state funds in equities. Mr. Speaker, the matching Senate Joint Resolution is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute SJR 913 for House Joint Resolution 715.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute Senate Joint Resolution 913 for House Joint Resolution 715. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request that the clerk read SJR 913 for its first reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 913 on its first reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 2, Section 31 of the Constitution of Tennessee to allow the investment of state funds in equities. Whereas because Article 2, Section 31 prohibits the state from becoming an owner in whole or in part of any bank or a stockholder with others in any association, company, corporation, or municipality, the state cannot invest the state's funds in equities, including but not limited to ownership in both public and private companies. And whereas this prohibition can limit the return that the state receives upon the investment of its funds, and whereas the decreased rate of return can inhibit the state's ability to provide needed services to Tennesseans, and whereas a constitutional amendment is necessary to ensure that the state is able to invest its funds for the greatest benefit of its citizens, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 112th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 2, Section 31 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the section and substituting instead the following. Section 31, the credit of this state shall not be hereafter loaned or given to or in aid of any person, association, company, corporation, or municipality. The state shall not become the owner, in whole or in part, of any bank or a stockholder with others in any association, company, or corporation. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the governing body or state official charged with carrying out the purpose of or objectives of a fund or trust that is administered or invested by the state treasury and that contains state funds in whole or in part may adopt, with approval of the treasurer and the comptroller of the treasury, an investment policy to authorize all or part of such fund or trust to be invested such that the state would become an owner in whole or in part of any bank or a stockholder with others in any association, company, or corporation. Be it further resolved that the foregoing amendment be referred to the 113th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published by the Secretary of State in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a lot of words, but basically all we're doing with this constitutional amendment would be to allow the state of Tennessee to invest its funds in stocks, in equities. That currently is prohibited by the Constitution as it currently exists. So that's what we're changing. There's some arcane language in there regarding ownership of banks, because that's the way it was written in the original Constitution. This does not mean that we're going to open a Tennessee State Bank and the state is going to run it. This simply means that our treasurer, with under advisement, just like they do with TCRS funds and some other funds that are under state care, would be able to invest and earn interest or make earnings on the dollars that we are currently are limited to just debt obligations. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move that SJR 913 be set for its second reading on April 25th, 2022.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to take up message calendar 1.
You've heard the motion. Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, first item on the message calendar, House Bill 1922 by Representative Hicks of Washington relative to sexual offenders. Mr. Speaker, on April 11th, 2022, the Senate substituted House Bill 1922 for Senate Bill 1786, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 1922 as amended.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed this body back in March. I think it was March the 7th. And this bill addresses the issue of sexual offenders renting out swimming pools and hot tubs. And as the amendment that the Senate put on, this bill would only apply to offenses that occurred on or after July the 1st, 2020. As my neighbor so eloquently always loves this moment in time, I'm going to sort of do this the East Tennessee way. We ain't going to have it. I move to non-concur with the Senate Amendment number 1.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2448 by Chairman Farmer and others relative to tort liability reform. Mr. Speaker, March 30th, 2022, the Senate refused to receive from its non-concurrence in House Amendments 1 and 2 and appointed a conference committee.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that the conference committee be appointed to confer with the Lot Committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Chairman Farmer moves to accede to the request of the Senate and asks that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the Light Committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Without objection, the motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Farmer, Representative Zachary, Representative Beck, and Representative Curcio. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of HJR number 1246.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
House Joint Resolution 1246 by Leader Lambert, a resolution to call a joint convention of the Senate and House of Representatives for the purpose of voting the confirmation of one gubernatorial appointee to the Tennessee Court of Appeals and two gubernatorial appointees to the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals pursuant to Article 6, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee and Tennessee Code Annotated, Title 17, Chapter 4.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding this joint convention, again, for the confirmation of the appellate judges that are up for our consideration, would be held on Wednesday at 8:30. That is, I believe, the suggested schedule. I move adoption of HJR number 1246.
Leader Lambert moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 1246. Probably second. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1246, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. I hereby declare it adopted without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Leader Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion we go into a 30-minute recess.
Without objection, 30-minute recess. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Leader Lambert, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Members, real quick, so the comptroller should be delivering, I believe it's pizzas here in the next few minutes. So they'll be outside and we can go before and you can eat them and bring them back in. So just letting you know that lunch is provided today. All right, Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up House Regular Calendar number 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
Mr. Speaker, item 1 on House Regular Calendar 2, House Bill 2656 by Chairman Halsey and others relative to sentencing. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Halsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2248.
Representative Halsey moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2248, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2248 on third and final consideration.
Representative Halsey moves passage of Senate Bill 2248 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wish to roll that to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Leader Lambert. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed. However, it is the same as Senate Amendment number 3.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized. Leader Lambert, you're recognized. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of amendment number 3.
Without objection, proper motion, proper second for amendment number 3. We're voting to consider amendment number 3. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, Kumar, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, no nays.
The motion prevails. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this corrects just a drafting issue dealing with 2 different offenses that were in the bill. And it should be similar, if not same as the Senate amendment, but we need to take it up and put it on in order to make sure this is drafted properly. Move to adopt, and there is no change in the fiscal note on this particular amendment.
Leader Lambert moves adoption of amendment number 3. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? See none. Any objection to the question? See none. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Every member voted. Any member wish to change their vote? Gillespie, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
Amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to the heel of the amendments, House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to personally thank the Speaker for this bill. It's an honor for me to be part of it. For years in the police department, I saw an injustice in our criminal justice system. And it came home to me personally, even before I came down here. When I was running to be elected 8 years ago, there was a dear friend of mine, Mike Locke, a good man in my community, a good husband, a good father, good brother. He was putting out signs for me on the side of Fort Henry Drive in Kingsport. And a guy who was out on bond for drunk driving 2 weeks earlier pulled into a liquor store right up the road. He was already intoxicated, went in, bought some more liquor, ran into the store trying to pull out of the parking lot, came down Fort Henry Drive. Mike had just put a sign down for me in the side of Fort Henry and was walking back up the road, and this drunk driver came clear off the side of the road, hit him, knocked him up in the air and over the top of a railroad trestle and down on the railroad tracks 25 feet below and killed him. That family has cried out as victims of violent crime, just like families for years have asked for redress, because nobody knows under the current system that we have how long somebody will be in the penitentiary. They can get a 10-year sentence, and if you ask a judge how long will they be there, nobody knows. The Department of Corrections doesn't know, judges don't know, juries don't know, district attorneys don't know, because the red date continually moves. This bill fixes all that for violent crime. This bill says that what the judge gives you and what the jury gives you is what you're going to serve. So this bill just deals with the most violent crimes in this state, but it clears up all the guesswork and it brings justice back into the criminal justice system. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Halsey renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. And am I correct? We're on the truth in sentencing bill. Is that what this is?
Representative Halsey.
That is correct.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So truth in sentencing has kind of become an outdated model for the criminal justice system. And we've spent a lot of times in recent years talking about reforming and improving the criminal justice system for the benefit of making it a more just and equitable system for the benefit of everyone. I'm curious why we are now going back in time and trying to pass a state level truth in sentencing law that has pretty much proved to be a failure after it was passed in the early 90s at the federal level. Can you enlighten me as to why our state is taking a step backwards on this issue?
Representative Halsey.
Okay, I don't think it's a step backwards at all. Does it cost more money? Yeah, it sure does. Do we still have rehabilitation with some inmates? Yes, we do. This bill just straightens out the whole issue of victims and victims' families not knowing, or the public not knowing exactly how long somebody's going to serve their time in the penitentiary. It fixes that.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you. And I think that's probably one of the pros is that transparency and knowing exactly how much time they're going to serve. However, I think we all know our criminal justice system disproportionately affects certain individuals within our population as opposed to others. And it takes away that mercy element from the criminal justice system when it's appropriate. Now, you referred to the rehabilitation, and you correctly said there's some rehabilitation. Well, that's unfortunate because the purpose of the penal system since the beginning of the development of the penal system you could even look to England, the way this developed in the 18th century, the three aims of a penal system are punishment, deterrence, and rehabilitation. Right now in the state of Tennessee, we fail on that last part big time. Rehabilitation is underfunded in the state of Tennessee, and especially when you start talking about private prison corporations, rehabilitation's off the map. So my concern is, okay, let's look at the pro that you outlined, but the reality is that it's disproportionately affecting a certain part of our population, namely the minority community. And then when these individuals are serving that minimum amount of time, they're not getting rehabilitation. So if we're making them serve 10 years before they can be considered for parole, are we going to spend that 10 years effectively? Because right now we don't, especially in private prisons. So my concern is that rehabilitation element. I understand the punishment. I understand the deterrence argument. You've outlined that very well, and I understand that being the focus of this legislation. But we also cannot forget that third aim of the penal system, which is rehabilitation. If we're going to pass truth in sentencing, we need to start funding rehabilitation to the extent that is possible within our budgetary means. And we have quite a few resources at our disposal. And my request is, will you commit to joining me and others in fully investing in the rehabilitation prong of our penal system and aim of our penal system, and then hold private prisons accountable if we pass this?
Representative Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mercy part that you mentioned, this bill doesn't change any discretion from a judge or a jury. They can weigh out circumstances and facts and put mercy on the front end of it. This is the related sentence that comes after that. I would disagree on one issue. To me, law and the criminal justice system goes all the way back to Mount Sinai. And the two focuses and the two purposes of criminal justice and what is just is not rehabilitation. I think that's a great thing and a good thing, and I think we ought to work with that for sure. But to me, it is one thing. It's retribution, and it is protecting innocent people.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I agree with you. The disciplinary system and punishment does go back to pretty much the beginning of time, but I was referring to the development of the modern penal system as we know it today and where it came from, and speaking of the more philosophical aspects of Michel Foucault and others who spoke about this issue, and not many people disagree with the three aims of the penal system. So with that, again, I'll pose the question. If we pass this legislation, will you join me and others in this body and commit to fully funding rehabilitation in our state prison system, and especially in privatized prisons, and hold them accountable?
Representative Holsey.
I certainly am in favor of looking that in any avenue of things that work and things that can change people's lives, you bet.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor. I appreciate it.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from Davidson County, I may be able to address some of that. There's just over $1 billion in the budget for TDOC. There's $25 million in the budget that we'll take up just a little bit later for reentry programs that I think will be very beneficial. We're also increasing the amount of money that is available for jails to do many of the programs that help with the very things you're talking about. And then on top of that, there's another $100 million allocation in the budget specifically for crime intervention programs to go to much of what you just said. And I absolutely will say that all of us should join in rehabilitative programs, which are actually built into this bill as well. So nothing changes any of the programs that are available in the prison. We have continued to increase those that are available to those that are on probation or community correction, and those that a judge has chosen that a prison sentence would be appropriate based on their behavior and their crime. But all of those programs are still in there, and we definitely need to continue to invest in that and do even more along those lines. That's built into this bill, whether they're 100% sentence or 85% sentences. Those program behavior availabilities are still there. And so, yes, I 100% agree that we need to make sure that those rehabilitative efforts are supported. And in the budget we'll be debating later today, they definitely are.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, can you give me an example of what that looks like, truth in sentencing, or leader, either one of you?
Representative Holsey.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's take somebody who gets charged or convicted of second-degree murder. This doesn't affect any sentencing discretion that a judge or a jury has. If they sentence a man to 10 years or a woman to 10 years for second-degree murder, then this bill says that's exactly what they will serve. It's akin to the federal penitentiary. It's pretty much day for day is what you're going to get. So if they give you 10 years, that's what you serve as 10 years. Now, packaged in this bill is the ability to earn program credits. If you participate in programs to help yourself, you can receive benefits within the penitentiary for participating in those programs. But as far as sentencing goes, if you got 10 years, that's what you serve.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Sponsor, under this legislation, when they do that 10 years, and what's the process after that?
Representative Holsey.
There is no. You want to address that?
Leader Lambert.
Thank you. So our prison system has begun to work very well with many of the private programs that are out there. And in many cases, just like right now, when someone finishes their sentence and there's no parole or supervised release afterwards, those inmates, we do everything we can to try to hook them up with organizations that can help transition them back into the community. Again, the proposed budget has funding for many of those, and it's one of the things that we can do a much better job on. This bill doesn't go deep into that, but it is an issue that I think we all need to focus on for years to come on how that handoff occurs. What this does do is alleviate that 10, 15, sometimes 20 years of parole where someone could face being jerked back into the criminal justice system for sometimes very minor errors or issues. This takes that away so that they do their time, and then hopefully we're able to transition them out through private organizations and even some public programs, but there's no mandated parole after this. I mean, they do their time, and I will say on the front end, I've talked to folks that have served time in the prison system, and they kind of fall in two categories. There's some that hear the word truth in sentencing and say, whoa, that sounds scary. That sounds like more time. And then there's others that say, look, if they'd known on the front end how long they were going to serve, they could have planned for their release. And that's a big part of this too, is not getting just jerked around back and forth by the parole board, never knowing when you're going to come out. But for the defendant and their family and supporters, they know as well when they're coming out, and then they can plan for it.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leader. And so with that being said, they do their time. There's no parole process, so they will basically serve or pay their debt to society. Am I correct in that?
Representative Holsey.
That's correct.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if they are paying their full debt to society under truth in sentencing, should they not have their rights returned back to them because they paid their full debt to society?
Representative Holsey.
This bill doesn't address that at all.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And therein lies my concern. You know, they will be sentenced. We will ask them to pay their debt to society. They will do all of their time, pay their debt to society, but yet when they come out of there, they still will not be a citizen. Their citizenship will not have been returned. They've done everything asked of them under this legislation in paying all of their debt to society for the mistake that they made or, you know, the criminal activity that they were involved in. Wouldn't it only be right that their rights be automatically given back to them if they paid everything back in regards to their debt to society under this legislation?
Representative Holsey. Leader Lambert.
Thank you. Two things. One, I should highlight on the 100%ers, that falls in that category where someone has done their time and they're completed, as we were discussing a while ago. The 85% crimes, there are opportunities for supervision there. So there is a distinction in this bill between the two categories, just like we have in the law now. To the other issue on reinstatement of rights, there is a process that folks can go through that, and we've streamlined that process in the last couple of years. It's not automatic, but it begins even before those folks are released. I mean, there are many of the programs that are out there, including those within TDOC, help folks to get an ID. They help them understand like what they can do when they come out to be able to get those rights reinstated. And we want folks to be able to get out after they've served their debt to the community and go through that process to get their rights restored. But this doesn't change anything about that process. It arguably shortens the process a bit for some of these folks, because for most of them, until they're actually completed their sentence, they can't get their rights restored. This gets a specific sentence, again, without those years and years of parole on the end. It's just a specific sentence. They've done their debt to society. They get out, and then they can go through that process to get their rights reinstated.
Representative Parkinson.
And thank you for that, Leader. You know, we're asking these individuals to pay their debt to society and under truth in sentencing. So based on what you've explained to me, that means that day for day, they're going to do all of their time. And with that debt will be paid because we're removing the parole process and the extension basically of the penal system when they come out, the supervised, I'm assuming the supervised version of it, of the penal system when they come out, And so, because under that, they would still be paying their debt to society under parole, because that would be part of it. But parole is removed from this because they're doing all of their time inside of the penal system. And so if they paid that debt, then I just think we'll feel a lot better about this legislation if they've done everything that's asked of them, that we've asked of them, that their rights be restored, because they've done everything that's asked of them by serving day for day all of the time under this legislation. You know, for us to continue to send them through a process, and sometimes a very difficult process to get back to life. I think those should have went hand in hand with truth and sentencing, and that's all I had, Mr. Speaker. So thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you. And to that point, the one other thing that is kind of lingering out there, and this is an issue that needs to be addressed, I've brought this up before, there are some fines and fees that many of these inmates will owe. Some of them are declared indigent, some are not. It is an obstacle sometimes that needs to be addressed. That's happened decades before either one of us ever got here. But there are some large fines still associated with some of these crimes. And if they've done their time and they've spent it in prison, that fine structure needs to be addressed. This bill doesn't touch that, but there is also restitution many times that's owed to victims. And getting on a payment plan to address some of those issues is part of that process to get the rights restored. So while they've done their full time as far as what is owed that the judge or sentenced them to, there's still some of those other lingering issues that they have to get on some sort of payment plan, especially on the restitution, to try to make sure that the victims are made whole. But there's still work to be done on that that's not in this bill, but could definitely be addressed next year for any of us that are blessed to come back.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to go on record and say, in my 4 years here, I think this is the best piece of legislation that this body has passed in my time here. This legislation will do, first and foremost, protect the innocent victims of crimes, primarily in our economically challenged communities. Because whether you like it or not, these folks that commit these heinous crimes, aggravated assault, aggravated vehicular homicide, aggravated vehicular homicide, attempted first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, all these crimes, the recidivism rate is extremely high, way too high. That means they're coming back to the community. And the communities they generally go back to are the economically disadvantaged communities. So the more we can do to protect these communities and these innocent victims, the moms, the dads, the children, from these individuals who make these decisions to commit these awful crimes, the better we can do. And to my other good friends, we saw the largest decrease in violent crimes in America when the federal government started putting people in jail with mandatory minimum sentences for committing a violent crime with a gun. That's when we saw the largest decrease in violent crime in the United States. And to my other good friend about getting your rights back, you know, we asked them that they can never repay their debt for what they've done to other people and the victims of crimes morally. We asked them to serve a prison sentence, fine. That doesn't mean they should have the privilege of ever holding public office, sitting on a jury, voting again. So I'm sorry, I'm totally against that. Mr. Speaker, this is some of the best legislation you've ever proposed, and I'm proud to sign on to it. Thank you, all of you, and Leader Lambert for your efforts too, and Representative Halsey, thank you as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. To the sponsors, well, first to my friend that just spoke about violent crime and reducing violent crime. You know, the only thing we did was shift that violent crime back in the 90s to inside the prison walls. It was a jungle then, it's still a jungle to a certain degree. But if the goal of the Tennessee Department of Corrections is corrections, that means that you've got to have something in place to modify behavior. That means you've got to have some type of incentive, some type of motivation. And to the leader, I still don't see how we bring this bill without taking into consideration all of the matters that you cited earlier. If it had been a comprehensive bill where we did put in place adequate prevention, inadequate prevention to me means that there are options. It means that those who pursue the shortcuts, the economic shortcuts in crime that result in crime, that they had options. Those who have the problems we talked earlier about the compulsive behavior of some of the young folks. We ought to have programs in place to address that. They're disproportionate in their entry into the prison system. There's a reason for that. And the fact that we have over half of the folks, in some cases more, who are going to re-enter society and then re-enter the prison system speaks to the fact that our Tennessee Department of Corrections ain't correcting nothing. So I would ask if are we doing what we need to do merely by making the truth in sentencing bill? Are we just getting the glam off of it, or is it about transparency? Because I don't see, and I'm willing to come back and tell you that I was wrong in a few years if this works, but I don't think so. I think our recidivism rate is going to go up. I think you're going to have men and women in the prison system that will not be motivated to change their behavior because it's not going to shorten their time. So I would ask for a response from the leader or from Chairman Hulsey.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend Shelby County, thank you for standing and mentioning that it is part of this bill. Recidivism is a huge problem in our state, and many states struggle with this. I guarantee you this, for those violent criminals that are convicted under this bill, the recidivism rate for the time that they are serving in prison is 0%. There is 0% chance that they're going to be endangering your community or mine. No innocent people will be hurt by those individuals. Our TDOC system has done a much better job over the last several years of also providing programming for those very inmates that are in there. And this bill preserves the right for them to earn programming credit so that instead of just sitting in a cell, instead of doing absolutely nothing, they can take advantage of programs that are going to better them for when they are released. But you mentioned it very well. I mean, half of these folks are coming back within 3 years. 40 to 50% are coming back in. You know what that tells me? We're letting way too many of them out way too early. Your aggravated burglars, your aggravated assault, your vehicular homicide. I mean, these folks are not serving enough time for them to truly understand what they've done and how to change that behavior. They're just coming in and out, in and out, in and out. It's a revolving door. And that's unacceptable for anywhere in the state of Tennessee. This bill is guaranteed to make this state safer. Period. End of story. I know there's a ton of special interest groups out there that have tried to throw everything in the world they can at the wall using data that they've twisted. And I mean twisted, because I've sat on many of those task force under 2 different governors. And the data that I've seen over the years shows that if you separate violent offenders from nonviolent offenders, and that's what this bill does, and you keep the worst of the worst in for longer, your communities are safer. While taking those low-level nonviolent offenders and doing just what last year's bills and bills before that you and I both worked on, giving those folks a chance to never become those violent offenders. So this locks up the worst of the worst and cleans up our streets in a way that hopefully we won't have 340-something murders in the city of Memphis this year or next year like we did last year, because a good number of those folks that committed those murders never should have been out of prison. They got a sentence and they were let out too early and they killed people. So that's what this bill will do, is it takes those violent offenders and it keeps them right where they need to be while still giving them an opportunity to take advantage of programs that can better them if they choose to take advantage of them. But half of those folks coming back within 3 years is way, way, way too many, because every single one of those new crimes has a new victim that had to suffer because we didn't keep those folks in.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you for the response, Leader. And you and I agree on some things, but I'm going to respectfully disagree on there being one reason that we're having the uptick in crime. a lot of those folks who get out have fewer options once they are out, have finished paying their debt to society. They have fewer options then than they had before they went in. So some succumb to those shortcuts, whether it's towards economics or some other issue that they're trying to get some of the basics of life to survive. We have got to do a better job of being able to accommodate those individuals who are coming out, whether they are coming out after they've been in for a while or whether they're coming out because they haven't been in long enough according to this legislation. And I would say further that if we're going to talk about recidivism, if we're going to talk about holding everyone accountable, we need to be able to measure and assign responsibility for recidivism members to those folks who are in charge of these programs, whether it's the Tennessee Department of Corrections, or whether it's the parole board, or whether it's those individuals with the reentry programs. We need to be able to assign the responsibility, be able to measure how they being those who are administering the programs, how they are either contributing to lowering the recidivism or how they contribute to the recidivism rate going up because they haven't done their job in modifying behavior. We hold our teachers, our librarians, our principals, administrators responsible for children in our K-12, that some of these individuals who are held accountable, they never see the child. But yet we haven't figured out a metric to where we hold those who call themselves the Tennessee Department of Corrections, and yet if any one of you had a job where you were doing 50% of your responsibilities, you would have been fired. Would have been fired and not be able to get another job. Why do we insist on funding and keeping in place the Tennessee Department of Corrections if they're not correcting behavior? And every time they let an individual out, they go right back in and return after they've usually done a crime worse than the first crime. It means that we haven't done our job as legislators, holding the Department of Corrections, holding those programs with reentry responsibilities, holding those programs on the front end where we pretend that we're making our children safer by providing the after-school programs where we're just babysitting them, or where we're putting programs in place where children are doing these nonsensical jobs, not getting any real life skills, not getting any real measurable employment skills. We got to quit pretending. And Mr. Leader, Chairman Halsey, and Speaker, I would say to you, we need to be truthful to ourselves about this truth in sentencing and say that we've got to come back and put in place the essentials for each and every citizen, whether they're tending towards crime or whether they're a potential victim. We've got to put in place those things that would give them equity in the law. Equity is what you deserve, what you need. Equality means that everybody gets the same thing. All people aren't made the same. Some people need different resources than others. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to relinquish the mic, but thank you, gentlemen. To some extent, it's a good start, but I can tell you the other thing that bothers me is I don't see sex crimes on here for the 100%. I don't, perhaps it's in the language somewhere where I haven't been able to see it, so I would ask that question.
Representative Halsey.
To my good friend, you bring up so many things. The first thing I was going to answer, I forget by the time I get to the end one. So the sex crimes already have a built-in 85% to 90% on some things, so we didn't include them in this bill. The other side of that is this bill fixes what needed to be fixed a long time ago, and that's for victims. This bill doesn't focus on inmates. This bill focuses on victims. Victims and families of violent crime have wrestled for years not knowing how long somebody's going to be in the penitentiary, and that's because we have a deceptive system. You talked about truthfulness and honesty and transparency. Well, right here it is. If this body passes a bill and says that a just recompense for this particular offense is 6 years, and a jury gives you 6 years because we said in this body, this is a just sentence, 6 years, then this bill says 6 years is what you're going to do. You can't get any more honest than that.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker.
Out of order.
And I would say that truth and transparency has got to be more about the victim, true enough, but it's got the victim getting information. But we've got to have truth and transparency in the issues I raised earlier. And that's truth and transparency in why we're having recidivism. Outrageous recidivism, where we're letting folks out to commit worse crimes than they had before they were supposedly corrected. So the truth and transparency needs to apply to those administrators of the programs and the Department of Corrections and the reentry programs so that we have truth and transparency there also.
Representative Holsey.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm willing to look and help you and work on things in the future that deal with some of the issues you're worried about. This bill doesn't deal with that.
There we go. All right. Representative Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from Shelby County just said on this House floor that the rate of recidivism is because of the failure of the prisons and the programs that they've done with the prisoners. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to correct that. The notion that a person goes out of prison and commits a crime, and the reason they did that is because of the failure of the prison or the failure of the programs that they were put through is complete asinine. When you leave prison and you choose to go and commit a crime, it's your damn fault. It is not the fault of somebody else or the prison or anything else. You made the decision. So we just need to set that straight right now. That is nobody else's fault that you recidivate except your own.
Representative Dixie.
All right, well, we're going to calm this thing down a little bit and get back to the questioning. I just got a couple questions for you. We had mentioned about the red day before. Why couldn't we, when an inmate, an incarcerated individual gets his red day?
Representative Dixie.
Because I believe that this bill is about victims and incarcerated individuals, both duly. So my question is that when they get their red date and they know that it's going to be February of 2023, at that point, a year ahead of time, why aren't the victims notified at least a year ahead of time? That way they both know when or about the round date that they may be released.
Leader Lambert.
Yeah, thank you for asking that, because that is literally part of what this solves. Right now, victims get notified over and over and over again. They get notified every time there's a parole hearing. And so the reason many of us get very spirited about this issue, including my chairman, is because we've seen families, we've been in families that have gone through that. And it is devastating. It's heartbreaking to not get one notice, to get notice after notice after notice. What you've just described is what will happen under this bill. From the day they go in, everybody will know when they're going to come out on those 100% crimes. And on the 85%, a notice will go out. I mean, that's what the prison system does now. Now, it's voluntary. If a victim doesn't want to know, they don't have to. They're not going to bother them. But they can sign up for the system to get notification when that person is scheduled to be released, and they'll be notified. There are some victims and their families that want to be notified, and there are others that are healing through their grief that just don't want to hear from anybody again, and it's their call.
Representative Dixie.
And my next question is, under these 14 offenses that we have, does this bill address any of the sentencing guidelines? Like, for instance, aggravated robbery, right now it's an automatic 8-year sentence. And sometimes they do it at 30%. So then it'll be about 28 months or something like that. Does this bill address the sentencing guidelines, or will that in this particular example, will that 8 years still be the sentencing guideline for an aggravated robbery?
Clear, Lambert.
It doesn't change the sentencing range or the guidelines. It changes the percentages. So some of those that were 30% went up to 85 or 100%. But or if their range was a 45% or a 60%, I mean, it doesn't change what those actual guidelines are. And it doesn't change on the front end what the judge can consider as far as mitigating factors as to whether or not that person should even get a prison sentence. So for many of these, they may be probatable. They may get a probationary opportunity if again, they're entry level, even at these higher levels. Now, some of them are going to be beyond that. I mean, obviously, there are several of these that are so egregious, probation would be laughable. But it doesn't change those ranges. It changes the percentage if they were to get a 2-serve.
Chairman Dixon.
Like I said, I guess that adds to my point that if right now that same person that was convicted on this 8-year sentence, they would have to serve 100%. They would have to serve 8 years instead of the 28% to 28 months. So is there you're saying that person, we're going to keep that same person in jail three or 4 more years longer?
Clear, Lambert.
So in that example, so let's just take a C felony. So aggravated burglary, aggravated assault at a range 1 is a 3 to 6 year sentence. Currently at 30%, this would raise it up to 85%. So the range still stays the same, but if they get a 2-serve sentence, it's that percentage, so that red date would be a more known figure at the very front end, not just toward the back end. And so, on your B felony example, say a range 1, I think that's an 8 to 12 at 30%. This would raise it up to either 85 or 100%, depending upon the crime that's listed, but that range just does not change.
Chairman Dixon.
So this definitely will keep people incarcerated a lot longer. And so I think that one of my colleagues, and we've debated this all day, well, at least the last hour or so, that I think that the issue is that we're proactive in a lot of things. We're reactive in a lot of our laws and legislation that we make instead of being proactive. And I think that there's an opportunity here to try to address the root cause when it gets to why people are going to prison, and to try to keep them out of it for good. People make mistakes. We all have made mistakes, but we all deserve a second chance. That's why God gives us this grace, to give us this chance. So I want to make sure that we understand that, keeping people in prison and giving them harsher sentences does not deter crime, as we've seen before. And most of the bills, I would say 90% of the bills that we've had come through the Criminal Justice Committee is increasing the harsher punishments. But I think that I wish that as we go forward, maybe next year, that we can start addressing some of the root cause and some of those programming issues that we can to keep people out of prison, and really address the root cause, poverty and education. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Clear, Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, to my chairman earlier, what he said, though, I will say many of these crimes are not mistakes. I mean, these are individual actions that folks have chosen to do. Now, getting to those criminogenic factors that might have led to that decision, I mean, it's still that person's decision. They have to be held individually responsible, because otherwise we can't ever get to rehabilitation. So unless someone truly, I mean, a lot of our criminal justice system is based on Old Testament biblical principles and New Testament principles. So to get to forgiveness, you have to first acknowledge the fact that you've committed a sin, you've made a mistake, you've committed a crime in this instance, and accepting responsibility for that individually. As Chairman Faison said a while ago, that's a huge part of the healing process, to say, hey, look, this person did this. Here's the penalty for it. Here's the programs, if they'll accept that and try to move forward as a person. But if we want to act like it's society's problem, or the TDOC's problem, or the criminal justice system's problem, or some other private issue, we can look at all that stuff as factors, but it's still got to come down to that individual saying, look, this is what I did. This may be why I did it, but this is what I did, and here's how I'm going to not do it again. So this sets up that system so it's certain to get to exactly what you're talking about.
Chairman Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate having this conversation because I think it's much needed. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's maybe next year we can address some of the programming that really needs to happen to prevent people from coming back and maybe even prevent them from even committing these crimes to begin with. Because like you say, it's not societal issues, but it is. It's kind of hard to separate the two because sometimes if you come from a certain area, a certain upbringing, that going to jail is almost a rite of passage. And we have to break that cycle. And how do we break that cycle? Is we address poverty and through education. And so I don't support this bill because I think it's going to keep people in jail a lot longer than what they should be. But I think that it's a good start, and it does make it a little bit more palatable that it's only these 14 particular criminal offenses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What would be some examples or incentives for good behavior? And on the other side, would you be able to add to the sentence if for criminal behavior like drug use or selling or assaulting an inmate or a guard?
Representative Halsey.
Yes, thank you. For the 85% folks here, if they avail themselves of what's available in the penitentiary with educational programming, vocational programmers, substance abuse programming, that gives them sentence credits that offer down to 15% off of the sentence. They serve 85%. So the group that's in the 85%, if they avail themselves of those programs, they can take advantage of that.
Representative Byrd.
And what about the bad behaviors, criminal behaviors such as selling drugs and using drugs and assaulting a guard? Would that would they be able to extend their sentence for doing something like that?
Representative Halsey.
Are you talking about the original crime, or are you talking about in the penitentiary, that particular crime?
Representative Byrd.
I'm talking about inside the penitentiary.
Representative Halsey.
I really don't have an answer for that. I don't know how Department of Corrections levies that out. You can be charged with an additional crime in there that would add time to your sentence while you're still in there. They can do that and do that.
Representative Byrd.
Do you think they'd still be able to do that under this bill? Or is it going to be the 10 years that was sentenced for them and nothing more?
Representative Halsey.
No, this would only apply to the original crime and the original sentence that they got. If they were tried after they were in the penitentiary for another crime committed in the penitentiary, then that would be additional time. And if it was one of these types of crimes, they'd have to serve whatever the jury or the judge said.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you.
Representative Towns. All right, don't see him. Representative Calfee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked about everything under the sun. I'd like to try to get us out of the rough and back on the fairway. We talked about rehabilitation. I'm going to share two stories. I didn't mean to say anything, but two stories very dear to my heart. I had some friends in 1969. It was on Highway 321. Back then we called it New 95 in Lenore City. Two couples had been to the drive-in movie, and they picked up a neighbor of mine who was hitchhiking. Well, back then you had to go almost to Knoxville up to Hageman's truck stop to get anything to eat at midnight. So they're just minding their own business, and a car tops over the road on their side of the 4-lane. They move over, it moves over. Move over, moves over. The other driver, they were in a 66 Chevelle. The other driver was in a Lincoln Town car. Hit it so hard that the steering column went out the passenger's window. Killed 3 people, one couple who were probably well on their way to being married, and the hitchhiker. The 2 in the back, the girl sustained brain damage. And the guy who worked at the Napa store, after he got out of the hospital, you wouldn't recognize him. So having said that, we talk about rehabilitation. My wife and I are all about that. Marilyn's been the chairman of the Anti-Drug Coalition in Roane County for several years. We have a really good recovery court. I go into the jail and help with some programs. I go to the prison, but some people can't be rehabilitated. This guy that was driving the town car, after he killed two and ruined two other people, or three and ruined two other people, had numerous DUIs. And I saw he's got to be approaching 90 years old now. And I saw in the paper within the last year where he got arrested for another DUI. Now, the other story I'm unfortunately familiar with was a farmer down Sweetwater who ran over a car in his farm tractor, which had 7 feet tall tires, and killed two people. The first guy served about 2 years in prison and got out. This guy served about 2 and got out. He hadn't been out very long till he was on his tractor drunk again and run over a man in law enforcement and killed him. So you can't always rehabilitate people. The only way you could rehabilitate them is keep them in jail where they can't get liquor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Thank you, Speaker. To address the asinine allegation. I'm respectful to each and every member's opinion. Each and every member's opinion, no matter how much I may disagree. I respect each and every member's opinion. Now, I'm not going to get into a back and forth on words describing the member, getting into adjectives on individuals. I don't do that. But what I will do, Speaker Sexton, is to repeat what I said until we, as legislators, accept the responsibility of holding the Tennessee Department of Corrections, the reentry programs, those programs that are administered in the Tennessee Department of Corrections, and those programs which are put in place to prevent young folks from going into the criminal system. Until we hold those folks accountable, we will keep going down this path. It's plain and clear, Speaker Sexton, that what we have not done is to review what we call corrections. And if anyone disagrees with that, I'd love to hear how you think we need to hold the Department of Corrections, be able to evaluate those programs so that we will know what to allocate resources to cut the violent crime in Tennessee. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsors. I support some of the legislation. I do not support the bill in total. Thank you, Speaker Sexton.
Thank you. And since my name was called, I will address the body here in a minute. Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, I'm going to read off this list. We're having a debate as if these are petty crimes, and these are not petty crimes. Aggravated assault, possession of firearms with commission of a dangerous felony, attempted first-degree murder where the victim suffers serious bodily injury, aggravated kidnapping, especially aggravated kidnapping, aggravated robbery, especially aggravated robbery, carjacking, especially aggravated burglary, aggravated arson. Right now in Tennessee, under the Castle Doctrine, Stand Your Ground, and Defense Doctrine, if you commit these crimes, your life could be forfeit. These could be grave offenses. The citizens in this state can take your life in defense of themselves, of another person. Your life can be forfeit. So to act like these are petty crimes in which we need to rehabilitate people or give them special preference is not the case. You can defend your family, you can defend your children. These are very, very serious crimes. And the message that should be shared in the community is if you commit these crimes, your life can be taken forever. Not going to the penitentiary, going to the grave. Recidivism rate on dead is 0. You don't get second chances sometimes in life, so don't commit the crimes.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, apparently the Senate had placed on an amendment that we placed on earlier, so I don't mean to interrupt this spirited debate, but Mr. Speaker, I believe I need to move to reconsider our actions on House Amendment number 3.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw House Amendment number 3. It is the same as the Senate's bill.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Speaker Sexton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman from Shelby calling my name. What I will say, let's talk about this bill and what this bill is and what this bill isn't. This bill doesn't do anything about what programming's offered or what Department of Corrections does. This is truly about sentencing in our state. And what I will say, last year we passed a bill for 28 crimes with 100% historically against women and children that they have to serve 100%. We've already passed that already. This bill is an addition to that. There's been a lot of conversations about programming and helping people while they're in prison. I will say, all you have to do is talk to Governor Lee to understand that he is the first governor in our history, in my opinion, that has ever focused on what you're asking for. And we passed legislation last year to help in that endeavor. If you are in favor of the budget this year, you have money in there for Project Return. You have money in there for Man of Valor. You have money in there for programming. But you have to vote for the budget. But what we have is a governor who has that compassion for those individuals when they're there. But you also have to sit here and think about, as a parent, how do you discipline your children? I'm not linking children to violent criminals. But there are certain lines, as a parent, you tell your child, do not cross. And when you cross that line, there is a severe and swift punishment. That's not the same line that you give your child when they sneak out of the house. That's a different line. But what you do have is a line, if they cross the line and put their hands on their mom, I guarantee you there is a punishment that everyone in this building would have on their child that is different than them sneaking out of the house. This legislation attempts to put a line in place to tell violent criminals in our state, do not cross that line. Because for far too long, we have had lines that are made in chalk. And the only experts in the criminal system, besides the DAs and law enforcement, are the criminals. They know what they're going to get before they ever commit the crime. They know how many times they commit the crime before they ever go to jail. What we have here is 7 crimes, 100% of 100%. That result in the death of somebody. Or you tried to kill somebody, but you weren't successful. So let's just think about that. In our state right now in sentencing, if you kill somebody with your car and you have drugs in your car, you get more time for the drugs than you do for killing the person. Think about that. What value do we put on life in our society? So this bill attempts to separate violent, very violent, 100 to 100%, to those that are violent with 100 to 85%. This bill takes into effect programming. To get programming, you have to be able to do it. It doesn't take time off at 100%, but it does give you privileges that you get in jail. You also get time off for programming off the 100% to an 85%. And someone mentioned about parole. Let's think about this for a minute. You have someone who's sentenced to 10 years and they get 10 years and they serve 30%. They committed a crime against your family. And after year 3, what do you have to do as a family? Go and fight against their parole. how as a victim, how as a family, can you ever get on with your life on that violent crime if you're having to go back in year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and relive that every single year? That is not love and compassion for the victim. There was no love and compassion shown to that victim from that person who committed the crime. So our system does not honor the victims, especially against violent crime. And it is unheard of in our state, in some parts of our state, when you hear gunshots, in some parts you think people are hunting. In other parts, they think somebody's trying to kill somebody. And we have children in our state, when they hear gunshots, they hide under their bed. You have parents whose kids are scared to walk home from school because of getting crime committed against them. Showing love and compassion to your child when you punish them if they touch their mom or if they sneak out of the house, you're doing that because you have love and compassion. Sentencing people to violent crimes in jail is still part of love and compassion, that they never maybe been held accountable before. But I will tell you, a violent criminal, that is not their first time committing a crime. If you want to talk about how to reform the prison system, and you want to talk about how to lessen violent crime, then let's talk about juvenile intervention programs next year. Let's talk about how to do better rehabilitation. Let's talk about how to intervene in that pipeline so that those individuals never become adult violent offenders. But we have to have a line, if they do cross that line, that they know they crossed the line, that we're going to hold them accountable. Maybe more severe than some of you want in this body. But you have to send a message that certain crimes are not acceptable in our state. You want to talk about recidivism? I understand that. Department of Justice put out a study in 2017 that said if you serve 10 years or more, whether you have programming or not, you're 40% less likely when you get out to commit a violent crime. 40% less after serving 10 years. And so let me end on this. And I said this in committee. It's another story. You have an individual from Shelby County who got killed. You also had two individuals. I'll talk about what happened in the death of young Dolphin. That individual who ended up shooting them at the bakery had a previous crime where they shot up a mall in Memphis. It was considered aggravated assault. They served less than 3 months because they didn't hurt anybody, they didn't kill anybody, but they scared a bejesus out of a lot of people. And we don't do anything about that other than give them a couple months. That person later on was never held accountable, and they went and shot somebody that was dear to that community, who was an active part of that community. Why were they not held accountable before they ever had that opportunity to do that? Maybe they still would have done it. But if they've been in prison, maybe they would have had programming where they wouldn't have done it. They didn't have programming when they were out. Then you had an individual who was at Rhodes College who got killed in a home invasion. We talk about the home as our domain, is our castle, but we treat it like something much less. Someone broke into his house, tied up him and his girlfriend and 2 friends, ended up shooting that individual. He fought him off, shot the girlfriend. As he was fighting him off, the gun jammed. They ran out of the house. That young individual ended up dying, 20-some years old, who saved 3 lives, but his life was cut short. Let's talk about that criminal who committed that crime that they caught. They had been in the prison system for 18 years. Rap sheet longer than you can imagine. This was their 3rd to 4th aggravated burglary. In those 18 years of being in the criminal justice system, they served 14 months for every single crime. 14 months. What do you tell that family of that individual's son, that their son's life could have been saved if we hold people accountable for aggravated burglary? Happens every time, every day. People want to say aggravated burglary is not a violent crime. Tell you what, let somebody break in your house, take your stuff, and see how long you want to be at home at night for the next couple of months or years. Home invasion is a violent crime. We have love and compassion for people. We don't want people to go to jail. I want to give them the hope on the front end and take them out of the pipeline so that they don't ever go to prison. That's a better society for us. But we also should not make law enforcement rearrest the same people 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. So there has to be a line somewhere. If you cross that line, you may be held accountable differently. That's what this bill is designed to do. And so as we continue to talk about this issue, or as we vote on this issue, there's a lot of things that we can do to help society. This is one piece. Criminal justice reform does not start in prison. Criminal justice reform starts in K through 12 education, because you know if somebody gets out of high school with a degree, they will be less likely to be an offender. So let's talk about criminal justice reform over the next couple of years, but let's talk about it earlier and not just in prison. That's how you change our society. That's what I hope that we'll do as we continue to be here. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity.
Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for the question.
Previous questions. Do we have any objections? We're voting on previous questions. All those in favor of previous questions, please vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on, let's see. We're voting on Senate Bill 2248. All in favor, please vote aye. All opposed, vote no. Is everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, none nays.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes House Regular Calendar number 2.
Call up next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has an appropriations calendar.
Call up first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2882 by Leader Lambert and Chair Lady Hazelwood relative to appropriations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2897.
We're in conflict, so we get. Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2897, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2897 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 2897 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. I move to roll this to the heel, then roll this to the heel.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next minute, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this to the heel.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next minute, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 3.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. I move to roll this to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Chairman Rudd, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I make this amendment recommendation and strongly advise. 3 years ago, I first suggested and got with the architects of the state to have a design and cost estimate for a parking garage for our employees here at the Cordell Hall. And cost came in about 10 million for about 400 spaces. And it's gone up over the last few years. I approached the speaker and the governor about putting it in the budget. They both agreed, but we got resistance in the other chamber. So we didn't run it that year. Then we had the pandemic and had a delay. And this year we're putting an additional 200 million in the rainy day fund, which we don't need any in there to protect our bond rating. The governor had recommended 50. And I'm recommending that we take 15 million out of the rainy day appropriation of 200 million to pay for our employees to have a garage on the opposite side of Cordell Hall next to the Capitol Towers. We can do this now because we can afford to. We may not be able to afford to in a year or two. We don't know what the economy is going to do. Our employees are we're paying millions of dollars to lease the parking garage under the municipal auditorium, and concrete is falling on their cars. People are flashing them on the street. If it's late at night, they have to walk around the entire block to get in the main entrance. They have to walk past drug users and homeless people. They're harassed, and they have to walk out in the rain. And I think the least we can do is take 15 million of this 200 million and give our employees a parking garage. Thank you.
Representative Rudd moves adoption amendment number 4, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from Rutherford County, I know we've talked about this before. This is probably the least favorite thing I will do all year, the motion I'm going to make in a moment, because you've been a champion for this issue for 3 years. And for 3 years, for whatever reason, this has not made it into the base budget. It has not made it into the planning when we're dealing with buildings and capital improvements, and it absolutely should. It's one of the best ideas I have ever heard anybody bring forward as far as a construction project. Unfortunately, it did not come to committee through the committee process. We have several amendments today, many of which will be very good ideas. But I, my friend, join you in saying that this needs to happen. It absolutely needs to happen. Here in a second, I'm going to make a motion, but I would like to join with you and anybody else in this chamber that is interested in this project, because our employees need a parking garage that is safe and secure and state-owned and right next to our building. I would like to start that process within the next few weeks. It needs to be in the base budget next year. It needs to be in the planning. It needs to be something more than just you and I and a few other legislators working on this. It needs to be general services and the executive branch and everybody working on this. And we've been waiting 3 years for that. And I share your frustration in the fact it's not happened yet. I'm with you on the project. I just don't agree that this is the time to do it right now. But I join you in saying this is a fantastic project. With that, sir, with all due respect, and I'm sorry, I would move to table this amendment.
Proper motion, probably second. The parliamentary situation is Representative Rudd has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader Lambert. I appreciate your support of this, and I believe you're a co-signer of the bill that got behind the budget. And, we have an opportunity to do this year, and I think we should do it. This isn't cutting any other program in the budget, which is why I chose this particular. I didn't go after sports stadiums or arenas or racetracks or health departments or children's services or anything else that I disagree with in the budget. I chose something that won't impact the rest of state government, that we have the ability to do and deliver without hurting our bond rating, our finances, or any other appropriation that we've done by taking it out of the rainy day allocation. So I would ask that you vote against the tabling motion and give our employees a garage. Thank you.
Parliamentary situation is that Representative Rudd has moved adoption amendment number 4. Sorry. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 35, 55 nays, 4 present, unvoted.
The ayes have it. Nope. The noes have it. Tabling motion fails. We're back on Representative Rudd's amendment number 4. Representative Rudd.
Move adoption. Thank you all, and let's do our employees right. Thank you.
Representative Rudd moves adoption. Any discussion? Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out, I believe I too at one time was signed on as a sponsor for this bill. I'm totally supportive of providing this kind of safe parking for our members, assistants, and staff. The problem is there are a couple of problems. We have a fiscal note on this that has not been verified. We have really not done any kind of planning to determine where the best spot would be and what the cost would be for doing it. And again, Mr. Speaker, I would just ask that members would realize there's been a lot of work that has gone into this budget. There's a lot of time and effort spent. And when we start manipulating and changing things, it does create a number of problems. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the members vote no. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on the outside and came in and representative was presenting his amendment. I had no idea what it was, and he said, well, it's to build a protective garage for our employees. And I said, okay, this happens. In all of my years here, we go through the budget process. And obviously, this is a last minute amendment. It's powerful, it's meaningful, but it's not the right time to do it. Because if we were to do this, I promise you, I'm going to feel that all the struggles and all the amendments and all the times going through the committee process that I wanted something, and I haven't been able to get it. But I've learned to accept that. I've learned to accept that and not take it personal. Sometimes it's a bad process. It's not a feel-good process. But if this were to pass, I would say to everybody that votes for that, give me a chance. Because I promise you, I will be coming to this floor time and time again with amendments that I want, amendments that you want. Let the process work. Although I don't support how this process works sometimes in the committee process, I think we need to get the job done there. This is not the time to bring a $15 million item to the floor. If we allow this to happen, then let's open up to allow for each and every member that wants to do it in the future. Let's allow it for us. Thank you.
Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This did actually make it through the committee process. We voted on it and it went behind the budget. I'm asking for this to be approved because there has been planning involved. We did get estimates from the architect, and for 400 garage, the average cost per spot of a parking garage currently is just under $22,000 a space. I allocated $36,000 a space for this particular facility on land that we own. Architect said the reason why our garage was so expensive at $10 million for less space is because it was built between 2 buildings and a large retaining wall against the Capitol. We only need a partial retaining wall. That land is much, much lower. We only have to go down 1 floor below ground. So there's plenty of space for it. And I'm sure that as this would go forward, the speakers of both houses and the governor would appoint a committee, or the speaker of both houses is on our property, would appoint a committee like they did to remodel Cordell Hall and plan this out. And then we could build that garage for them. But thank you for your vote and thank you for your support.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I call the question on this wonderful amendment.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 46, 42 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk. Oh, prevails? I'm sorry, amendment number 4 prevails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Representative Sexton of Granger. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Sexton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll one spot.
I'm sorry?
Move to roll this amendment
Without
one
objection, roll
spot.
one spot. Representative Sexton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could have everyone's attention a minute, I have an amendment here that appropriates the sum of $55 million, non-recurring, to the Department of Finance Administration for the sole purpose of making grants in an equal amount to each county for the funding and construction of public recreation facilities or sports facilities, or addresses the infrastructure needs of the county. And I think everyone knows, first of all, I'd like to say that I haven't served on the Finance Committee until this year. And I saw the tremendous amount of work that Chairman Hazelwood and Chairman Hicks put into the budget. I hope you wait. You know, it upsets me sometimes that when some of us have an issue, it doesn't seem to carry any weight. To those that we elect and those that we ask to help us along, I've got a great amendment here. And this amendment takes $55 million away from Nashville for the debt service on the stadium. And it divides that $55 million to 95 counties in the state of Tennessee. Now, the rural areas that I serve, they have very little tax base. We have almost no retail. So most of our tax base comes from property taxes. But we still like ball fields, and we like tennis courts, and we like to have things for our children. And I promise you that we'll not benefit from a new sports facility in Nashville. So I'd like to take that money and divide it up to my county and your counties. It'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of a little less than $600,000. So if you would, vote with me on this. Now, I'm sure that there'll be a motion to table it. And if there is a motion to table it, I hope that you'd vote no. But that's what this amendment does. It spreads the money out, and we all get a piece of it. Thank you.
Do you move adoption?
Move to adopt.
Representative Sexton Granger moves adoption of amendment number 6. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there has been much discussion. Well, let me first say, I have great respect for my colleague from East Tennessee, and none of my comments are directly reflect him in any way. But there has been much discussion that I believe has been, I'll say, intellectually dishonest regarding the Titan Stadium. There has been nothing but the talk of we're giving $500 million to the Titans, which is actually not the case. And the reason I say that is an intellectually dishonest conversation to have is because in the 4 terms I've been here, we make significant investments, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Oracle, or whether it's Ford. We make significant investments in entities that we feel like provide an incredible rate of return for our state. The most recent, I think we probably need to be reminded of this, the most recent is Ford. And I have the vote count in my hand. When we came up here, the people in my district asked me to strongly consider not supporting Ford, because why would we come up and vote to give, according to ECD, I had them send me these numbers yesterday, a total of $1.073 billion to a company with a market capitalization value of $70 billion. Why would we come up here 7 or 8 months ago to do that? And so I told them I was going to listen to the arguments, listen to the conversation, and then I would vote. And I voted in favor of that because it's good for Tennessee. It's great for West Tennessee, generated 5,700 jobs, had significant economic impact. Does that directly benefit the people that I represent or the people in Knox County? No. Do the people that I represent care less? Could they care less about Ford? Absolutely. It didn't impact them in any way. And it will have some type of a ripple because we're a sales tax usage state, but that didn't impact the people I represent. They were not crazy about it, but I did it because it was good for Tennessee. And the vote count here was 90 people voted in favor, 3 people opposed to give $1 billion to Ford for 5,700 jobs and an economic impact out west that does nothing for East Tennessee. So if we want to talk about the stadium, and let's not even talk about the Titans, let's just talk about the investment in this stadium. These numbers, anybody can get these numbers because I asked F&A to provide me these numbers. According to F&A, the original investment that we made in the Titan Stadium, which was $55 million, has netted this state $33 million off a $55 million investment. That includes the interest paid on the debt, and that is only related to the games played by the Titans in that stadium, which is 8 Sundays. So what we're talking about here is an investment of $500 million in a facility that's going to be about $1.9 billion. The Adams family is divesting themselves of just about every major business interest they have and putting in $700 million. The NFL's going to go in for a few hundred million more, and then we've got Nashville that's going to contribute. That is a significant investment. But what we miss is the bigger part of that, and what is not talked about in committee, what I have not heard anybody talk about, is around that stadium, there is 0 tax base right now, 0. When we invest in that stadium, there is going to be $4 billion of private development, that is not state money, $4 billion in private development that will be built over the next 10 years around that stadium. That will have an economic impact of over $800 million and create over 10,000 jobs. That is a significant impact to our state. That stadium that we build will then draw events like the Super Bowl, which generated $517 million of economic impact when it was in Miami. It has the potential to draw WrestleMania, which has anywhere from $150 to a $300 million impact. A few of us met with WWE. They just had 175,000 people descend on Dallas for a week-long event. When those people come to this community, or they come to Dallas or any community, they stay in the hotels, they visit the restaurants. It's a significant economic impact. All we have to do is look back at the draft, members, and many of us went over to the draft. The draft generated over $200 million in economic impact. 250,000 people came to this state, came to Nashville. My constituents came to Nashville for the draft. That is significant. That's significant for a state like ours. We always talk about investment of tourism dollars. This is a significant investment in tourism dollars. One last point, Mr. Speaker. If we bring this into today's numbers, according to the numbers provided to me by the Titans, because I asked for these numbers, In 8 Sundays in 2019, which was the last true regular season before the pandemic, in 8 Sundays, they generated a $341 million economic impact with roughly $45 million in sales tax generated. And those were 8 Sundays out of the year. A new stadium, again, will allow us to have multiple events that are world-class events that will draw millions of people to Nashville. Millions of people to Nashville. This is a significant economic investment, just like we did for Ford. I do not think, and I'll be glad to have this conversation with anybody right here on the floor, how you can vote to give Ford, who has not been partnered in this state for 25 years in making investments in this state. I don't know how we can vote to give $1 billion to Ford and then say we've got a 24-year partner like the Titans who is invested in our community, who when we had a tornado, they wrote a check for $1 million. They had players out with chainsaws. Waverly High School, which I believe is in Representative Reedy's district, they came in, they give $50,000 for a new field. They bought them all new washers and dryers. They partner with the Boys and Girls Club. I actually called the Titans this morning and asked for their list of community investments just last year. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you give me just another minute, I want to briefly touch on this list. They are the first sports franchise in the country to begin hosting a regional spelling bee at Nissan Stadium. They gave $315,000 to youth football across our state. They have been sponsoring the Mr. Football Award, which they held luncheon at Nissan Stadium, and they've done that for the last 6 years. They've hosted 5 football camps with hundreds of players across our state at no cost, where many players involved. Derrick Henry won Walter Payton Man of the Year last year and donated $10,000 to the Foundation for Jeremy Taylor, gave over 200 kids backpacks, worked with the Boys and Girls Club to give $50 gift cards and 5,000 backpacks to children, donated $20,000 to Core Response, paid families rents and Ashley Furniture to those whose homes were destroyed by the tornado, donated $25,000 to Kids Hungry, on and on and on. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, the Titans are partnered with, support financially, and with manpower these particular organizations: 100 Black Men of Middle Tennessee, Special Olympics, Nashville Food Project, Fill the Boot, Coat Drive, School Supply Drive, Food Drive, Second Harvest, Bookham, Bridge Ministries, and Toys for Tots. So what's my point? When you bring it back to the Titans have been partnered with this state for 25 years. 22 states in this country have a pro football team. It is an investment and a partnership with a pro football team for our local community and our state. This step with this $500 million is an additional investment that will be a tourism magnet for the next 30 years. The stadium will be built in a way that there'll be no additional construction costs needed for additional 30 years. It's a magnet, it's a game changer, and it will transform the East Bank, creating, according to the Department of Revenue, a $30 billion economic impact on this state for the next 30 years. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would move to table this amendment.
Proper motion, probably second. The parliamentary situation is that Representative Sexton has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Representative Zachary have moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Sexton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why that they can't do all of those things without taxpayer money. There's many investments that are made in this state. I make investments all the time, and they've never given me a dime from Tennessee. I make investments in my community. I support charities in my community, and I don't have to have $500 million of taxpayers' monies to do that. We pay sales tax, 10% sales tax, and every poor person that goes and buys a Coke or anything else, they have to pay sales tax. And you want to take that money out of their pocket and give it to people that are millionaires and billionaires, and I say that it's wrong. Why aren't we taking money and investing in every business in Tennessee? Why do we just have to pick and choose winners and losers and giving those woke individuals do like they done in Atlanta and say that if you don't apply by our rules we're going to leave and go somewhere else because that we don't agree with your policies and your bills. No, this is not right. No, this is not good for Tennessee. And we're acting just like all the woke places. Great speech you make. Great speech to say that we have to do this and we have to be like San Francisco and those other people. People are coming to Tennessee because of Tennessee has good policies. Tennessee is a good state. I don't want to be like those other places. And this is garbage. And when we start taking Tennesseans, taxpayers' money and giving it to those multi-million, billion-dollar corporations that don't have our values. They don't believe like I believe. They don't believe like Tennessee believes. But you want mom and dad and those people that's making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 to pay for $1 billion stadium down here. It's time that we stand up and say no. I don't care how much money that they give you or give anyone. Listen, I say that if they want to invest it, let them use their own darn money to do it. I don't think they ought to be using Tennessee taxpayers, and I am not ashamed to stand up for the taxpayers of Tennessee and say that I believe let them use their own money. I don't want them using my money. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All righty. Department situation is that Representative Sexton has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Representative Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor to table, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 68, 17 nays, 8 present, not voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 6 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to Amendment 5, which was rolled one place. Amendment 5 by Sexton O'Granger. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Sexton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we want to continue to give the $55 million to cover the debt to Davidson's County, this amendment would take another $55 million to add to the budget, and that way we could divide that $55 million by 94 counties, and to give each of those counties a portion of money for their sports facilities and their infrastructure. So if you want to give the $55 million to the Sports Authority or to pay the debt on $500 million, then at least take home to your county somewhere around $500,000, $600,000. If you want some money, and listen, folks, let me ask you something. For 2 years, I've asked for $145,000 to move some water lines in Bean Station because I've got flooding in 2 subdivisions. It's went behind the budget, and for 2 years, I don't get it. Let me show you all how much money that I've gotten since I've been down here. 0. I've never got a dime out of the budget. It goes behind the budget. I hate that. I'm a legislator. I believe that I ought to be able to take some money back to my home. I believe I ought to be able to take some back to each of my counties for projects that we care about. So all I'm asking, and I hope you hear me, all I'm asking is for you to vote with me to take some money back to your county. Would you like to take around $600,000? Davidson County is going to get $55 million. Surely, Granger County can get 500 and some thousand. Is that too much to ask? I think none. I remove my motion. Mo-
Representative Sexton and Granger moves adoption of amendment number 5. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member Speaker, Chairman Hicks asked me to go through all these numbers again, but I'm actually not going to do that. So I'll just reiterate my points with a concurrence to my last comments and move to table this amendment.
Parliamentary situation is that Representative Sexton has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Representative Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We'll be voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 62, 21 nay, 8 present, non voting.
Amendment number 5 fails. Representative Sexton. Not in the middle of a vote. No, sir. Representative Sexton, you're recognized. For what purpose?
I get to respond.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we won. My apologies. Yes, you're right. You can close now if you want to. That was my fault. Representative Sexton.
Yeah. Have you already taken the vote?
Yes, vote's been taken and has been tabled.
Can you reconsider?
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, at this point, the motion would be to lift from the table, which requires 2/3 of the body.
Representative Sexton?
I request that you lift it.
It's proper motion. That's a proper motion. Second. All right, there you go. Come on, guys. We're voting to lift that vote from the table. All those in favor of the lift, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 38, 55 nays, 1 present, non voting.
The motion to lift from the table fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 7 by Leader Camper. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the federal level, we've been closing and we've been decommissioning private prisons. And what this amendment would do would begin to move the state into the process of doing the same. So with that, I would move adoption of Amendment 7 to remove private prisons from the budget.
Representative Camper moves adoption amendment number 7, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Leader Camper. I appreciate what you're trying to do and your intent. We had a lot of discussion earlier about incarceration, recidivism, criminal justice reform, and our speaker came down and so eloquently put that it starts at the younger level, work K through 12, work it up through there. I think our state is moving in the right direction. I think this budget has in it the tools that our current correctional facilities needs to do all those things. And I don't think decommissioning prisons is a smart move for us at this point in time. It's certainly something we can look at and think about in the future. And like I said, I think I understand what you're trying to do. I think we all want to end up at the same place. We just got different roads we're taking sometimes. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask to lay this amendment on the table.
That's proper motion, probably second. Parliamentary situation is Representative Camper has moved adoption amendment number 7. Representative Farmer has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that sponsor. Representative Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, you're correct. The speaker did come down. He spoke very, very eloquently on the bill, and I agree with a lot of what he said. But at the same time, with respect to that very same bill that he spoke on and the 100% sentencing, there's going to be a need to build even more prisons. So in order to house the people that we're talking about, the violent offenders, we will be building more prisons. And it is my opinion that they should not be privately owned prisons. And so that's why I was trying to address it right now in the budget, so that as we move forward, we can begin to decommission and move on from private prisons. So with that, I would ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Camper has moved adoption of amendment number 7. Representative Farmer has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor to table, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 21 nays, 1 present, not voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 7 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, currently in the budget, the 4 regional zoos in the state, as well as the Chattanooga Aquarium, only have $200,000 appropriated each in those. My amendment would bring that up to $1 million each, so an additional $4 million. You know, I've heard a lot of people saying, well, you're giving Nashville all this stuff. Well, I'm trying to give money to Memphis, Knoxville, Chattanooga, across the state. So with that being said, as well as the Nashville Zoo, so with that being said, I renew my motion.
Representative Mitchell moves to adopt amendment number 8. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my dear, dear friend from Davidson County has always been a passionate, fierce advocate for the Nashville Zoo. Many times he's confided into me that he wished it was as nice as the Memphis Zoo. And I understand that. And I wish that the children and families of Nashville had that as well. Yet it pains me to do that because of my personal affinity for the sponsor of this amendment. I think we are going to show support to particularly the Davidson County area in a very strong way very soon. And so as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, and I know that the budget has also been very kind to my home area as well. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to move this amendment number 8 to the table.
That is proper motion, probably second. Parliamentary Situations that Representative Mitchell has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Representative Vaughn has moved that motion to the table. It cuts off all debate for that of the sponsor. Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk, is it past time to take the money from the Memphis Zoo out and give that to the Nashville Zoo? You know, obviously the pandas don't need any more bamboo, but I renew my motion. I think we need to invest in these facilities across the state. We have enough money to do that. While we're not, with some of the money that's being spent other places, is beyond me. COVID was hard on all these facilities that bring tourists to our state, that bring dollars to our state. And with that being said, I ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Mitchell has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Representative Vaughn has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 23 nays, 1 present, not voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 8 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 9 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Sexton. This is an amendment. Last year, we had, I think, $1.2 million in the budget for Tim Tebow. And again, this year, we've got $1.2 million in the budget for Tim Tebow. I know there are a lot of not-for-profits in this state that are doing the same work. In fact, I think there's an amendment following this to use this money by Tennesseans to hire Tennesseans instead of giving more money to Tim Tebow for, I thought, a photo op we paid for last year. So with that being said, I renew my motion.
Proper motion, proper second, proper situation. Oh, sorry, we're not there yet. Thank you, Representative Mitchell. That's proper motion, proper second. We're on that one right now. Any discussion? Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend from Davidson County. This is a multi-year commitment that this body started last year, which assists those men, women and children who are victims of sex trafficking. And so with that, I think it's something that we should continue to do. And so with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment to the table.
Proper motion, proper second. The parliamentary situation is Representative Mitchell has moved adoption amendment number 9. Representative Williams has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like I said last year when this was up, there are many not-for-profits in Tennessee doing the exact same work, hiring Tennesseans in Tennessee and not sending our money to Texas and Florida instead of spending money to hire Tennesseans to do this important work. And last year, I said it was a photo op we were paying for. I said again, we shouldn't be paying for a 3-year commitment of a photo op for someone. So with that being said, I ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation, Representative Mitchell has moved adoption amendment number 9. Representative Williams has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table motion. All those in favor of tabling vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has every member changed their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 22 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 9 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 10 by Representative Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 10 was going to take the Tim Tebow money and invest it in the Truck Stop Ministries, which already has a line item in the budget. We were just going to use that Tim Tebow money for the same purpose for a state-based organization to hire Tennesseans and do good work in Tennessee. So I would love you I move to adopt this amendment, and then maybe we can revisit the previous amendment, take it off the table, and complete this transaction.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 10. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my good friend from Davidson County. There is love in the house, and so I recognize that. But you are right, the Rest Stop Ministry, not that love, just regular, normal bro love. But I think the member for this, the Rest Stop is a fantastic, as you say, it's fantastic nonprofit, and I'm happy to support the $50,000 that we put in there for them as well. But as I said earlier, from your good friend that's trying to pull it off the table and make something of it, I'm gonna make a motion to send this amendment to the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary situation. Proper motion, probably second. Parliamentary situation is Representative Clemens has moved adoption amendment number 10. Representative Williams has moved that motion to the table. It cuts off all debate except for that sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask you vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation is that Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 10. Representative Williams has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 66, 24 nays, 2 present, unvoted.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 10 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 11 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would ask my colleagues to adopt Amendment 11. What this amendment does is it cuts the governor's annual salary by 50% in the next fiscal year. Hey, if you're going to get 50% effort, 50% pay. So this governor cut federal unemployment benefits for working Tennessee families. So if we're going to cut pay to working families in Tennessee, let's cut the governor's pay, making that unilateral decision. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. I move adoption.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 11. It's proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Representative Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen. This gentleman from Davidson County has requested love, but he shows no love to the executive branch. He's trying to cut the executive branch and show disdain, and there is no love in that, and we only believe in love. So with a heart of love, I would move to lay that hateful amendment on the table.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 11. Representative Faison has moved that motion to the table. It cuts off all debate for except that of the sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that motion. Don't intend this to be hateful. If I thought he needed the money, I probably wouldn't bring it, but we're only investing about half what our public schools need. We've cut federal unemployment benefits for working Tennessee families. He made that decision unilaterally. If he's going to lay the wood to Tennessee's working families, then we can cut his pay by 50%. Thank you, Mr. I'd ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations. That Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 11. Representative Faison has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 67, 23 nays, 1 present, unvoted.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 11 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 12 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply establishes an Office of Internal Auditor and funds it in the Office of the Attorney General of Tennessee. We time and again see frivolous appeals being filed and proactively taking legal action that has no constitutional basis and threats our democracy. So with that, I would ask that we create an office to independently audit the Tennessee Attorney General. Thank you. I move adoption of Amendment 12.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 12. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will take this moment to declare a conflict on the budget because I have a close family member that works at the Attorney General's office. And I will say, both from my understanding and conversing with that individual and from my experience up here over the last several years, we have literally the best Attorney General in the country. They're a very deliberative body, a very deliberative office, and they have some of the finest attorneys of any law firm in the country, and I'll put them up against anybody. So with all due respect to my friend from Davidson County, this couldn't be further off the mark. It's a great Attorney General's office, and we've got a fantastic Attorney General. So in appreciation of the fine work that they already do, I would move to lay this amendment on the table.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 12. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 12. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table in motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
69, 22 nays, 1 present, unvoted.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 12 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 13 by Representative Mitchell, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Sexton. This amendment is to remove $32 million from the budget. It's the charters facilities funding. Right now, there's $16 million for the Charter School Commission, and then they're moving that into the administration. So there's another recurring $16 million that's going into the administration. Time and time again, I hear charter schools are public schools. So if they're public schools, then why are we funding them different than we're funding our public schools? So I don't see the necessity, since they're public schools, to have this $32 million. You know, they can get in line just like the schools in my district. Thank you. I renew my motion.
That's a Representative Mitchell moves adoption of amendment number 13. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Representative White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, to respond to this, each year in our annual budget, and we've done this for many years, we have provided grant funding for our facilities of our charter schools. Now, the representative from Davidson County says they are public schools, but yet they are not funded equally. And one of the reasons is they don't get local funding, or they cannot issue a local bonds for facilities. And so there's a weakness there that we have never filled in. So therefore we have grant funding for our charter schools. And so this grant funding helps address that gap. And with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we as a body that we move to table Amendment 13.
It's proper motion, probably second. Parliamentary situation is Representative Mitchell has moved adoption of amendment number 13. Representative White has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate, except for that of sponsor. Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me make something very clear. I've never said they're a public school. I've heard you time and time again, Representative, call them public schools. Here's the difference. You know, every year my local school system is millions of dollars in the red starting off because we passed legislation up here where we have to contractually give these charter schools more and more money. They're a private business most of the time because my local school, we don't create REITs with our buildings like they do with charter schools. So what you're wanting to do is give these people money so these private individuals can invest in all this real property, and then they sell it for a profit using state money, and then they split it up amongst themselves, usually to out-of-state people, namely the Andre Agassi's of the world, and you're funding it. You're funding our children's money to go to these multimillionaires out of state that don't care about education in this state whatsoever. So again, I've never called them a public school. That's your words.
Parliamentary situations, Representative Mitchell has moved adoption of amendment number 13. Representative White has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of the table vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Terry, aye. Campbell, aye. Camper, no. Right, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 67, 25 days.
So ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 13 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 14 by Representative Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment would do is provide free school meals to every child in Tennessee public schools. Hunger affects every child in the state of Tennessee who cannot afford it. It is an adverse childhood experience. We know that it has a direct impact on educational performance and outcomes. It results in bullying, which is also an ACE. And over 90% of Tennesseans polled by Vanderbilt recently said that they supported providing free meals to every public school student in the state of Tennessee. I believe this is the way to do it. And if we're going to prioritize education, educational outcomes, I would love to see us provide free school meals finally. We've been providing free textbooks since the 1950s. We make these children attend public school. We should be providing them meals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of Amendment 14.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 14. That's proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? Representative Haston in the back, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to this amendment being connected to the funding of a Senate bill that failed to pass, I make the motion to move this amendment to the table.
This proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 14. Representative Haston has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate for that as the sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since when do we let the Senate control what we do over here? Come on, Chairman. I'd ask you vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 14. Representative Haston has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 68, 26 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 14 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 15 by Representative Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment would do is increase BEP funding in the next school year by $1.7 billion. This is precisely what TASER said was needed in its 2019 report on the topic. So the TISA legislation, if we pass it, won't go into effect for 2 years. So in the meantime, let's actually fully fund the BEP and see what the real problem is in the state of Tennessee and why we're not getting the educational outcomes that we desire. I think it's probably a bigger piece of the pie rather than how we spend it. So I say we follow TASER's lead and increase funding for the next school year for $1.7 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Amendment 15.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 15. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Representative White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the budget before us already includes a fully funding of the BEP as it is currently written for next year's 22-23 school budget or school year. Now, next week, we'll have the opportunity on this floor to discuss a new funding formula, which you've heard is called TISA, and we will take that up then, and that would be for the 23-24 school year. But again, this budget that's before us right now already reflects that BEP needs for next year. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move table Amendment 15 to the table.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 15. Representative White has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that as sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just respond by saying to make the claim on this floor that we are fully funding the BEP is blatantly false. TASER itself said we underfund the BEP by $1.7 billion a year, and this is 3 years ago. This is only increased. We are going to provide an increase to funding, but it's being used as a carrot to pass a TISA bill. We know that, but that's not going to effect until another year or two. For the next year, next school year, let's actually increase the BEP funding and fully fund BEP for once, and let's see what happens. Every one of your districts has teachers outside the BEP. Every one of your districts has teachers buying their own school supplies. Every one of your districts has underfunded schools. Let's fully fund the BEP for once. I ask you to vote against the tabling motion. Thank you.
Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 15. Representative White has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Is there a member voted? Any member wish to change vote? Parkinson, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 68, 27 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 15 is tabled. Mr. Clerk, next amendment.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 16 by Representative Mitchell. However, after conferring with council, Amendment 16 has been deemed to be outside the scope of the caption. Senate Bill 2897 makes appropriations for fiscal years beginning July 1st, 2021 and July 1st, 2022. The appropriations bill can't be amended or repeal a general law. Amendment 16 purports to amend general law provisions not included in the caption.
16's out of order. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 17 by Representative Clemens. Once again, Amendment 17, after conferring with council, has been deemed to be outside the scope of the caption. This bill makes appropriations for fiscal years beginning July 2021 and July 1st, 2022. The appropriations bill cannot amend or repeal a general law. Amendment 17 purports to amend general law provisions not included in the caption.
Without objection, out of order. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 18 by Representative Sexton and Granger. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed. Pursuant to our rules, the member is allowed a 1-minute explanation.
Representative Sexton, you're recognized.
I would just ask that you would consider this untimely filed amendment. Move to adopt.
You have heard the motion. We are voting for consideration of amendment number 18. All those in favor of considering amendment number 18, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 29, 59 nays, one present, I vote.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive a two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 18 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 19 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed. The member is allowed a 1-minute explanation.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will give everyone the opportunity to give a 90-day moratorium on the gas and food tax to your citizens. We're giving so much to so many people out of state in this budget. Let's give something to every Tennessean in this budget, and this will cut the gas and food tax for 90 days. Will not take a dime away from the highway fund to do it. And this is the way we've got to do it, since they've said the other amendment I had was outside the scope. This one's inside the scope. So let's give your citizens a tax break. Everyone here says they like to cut taxes. Here's your opportunity, folks.
You've heard them. You done? You got 10 seconds. 9. All right. You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of Amendment 19. All those in favor of considering Amendment 19, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 67 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion considered number 19 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 20 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 20 would simply, since you didn't like Representative Mitchell's for whatever reason, mine simply gives the 90-day tax freeze on motor fuel sold at retail stations in the state of Tennessee. So if you didn't like the food tax portion of his, let's just freeze the gas tax. And that's what my amendment does. I move passage or consideration of Amendment 20.
You have heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 20. All those in favor of considering amendment number 20, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 26, 66 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive a two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 20 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 21 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 21 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the heel of the amendments. House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Bond moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adoption of Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Bond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Bond moves adoption of House Amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 3.
All right. Vice Chairman Bond moves adoption of House Amendment number 3, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 1 to Amendment number 3. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to this amendment, there were some monies that were in the governor's AA for rural development, rural economic development, that we had in our financial discussions with our committee. We had taken some of those dollars that were recurring and used them to fund some things that we legislative priorities, including the Truth in Sentencing bill that we just passed today. We have learned from ECD that they have concerns about not being able to utilize those monies. So this just provides language that would authorize ECD to move monies, reallocate monies within their budget to cover these grants should they decide that they were necessary. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would move adoption.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Amendment number 1 to Amendment number 3. It's not timely, so we have to consider. You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of Amendment 1 to Amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering Amendment number 1 to Amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider Amendment number 1 to 3 prevails. Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this would just allow ECD to reallocate dollars within their budget to cover additional grant funding should they deem it necessary. I would move to adopt.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Amendment 1 to number 3. That's the proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, does this amendment have anything to do with a amendment that happened earlier that was adopted by this body?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
No, it does not.
Representative Sapicki. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting on Amendment number 1 to 3. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Becca. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays, 1 present, unvoted.
Amendment number 1 to Amendment number 3 prevails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 2 to 3 by Chairlady Hazelwood. Mr. Speaker, is not timely filed. It's the same as Senate Amendment 6.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply clarifies, corrects a drafting error. When we talk about the budget here in a few minutes, we're going to be talking about tax cuts, including waiving of fees for your license tags. Inadvertently, in the budget language as originally written, those dollars were coming out of the highway fund to fund that. That was never our intent. This simply says that those funds will be coming from the general fund. With that, I would move for consideration.
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 2 to amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2 to number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, I'm receiving necessary 2/3 vote. The motion to consider amendment number 2 to number 3 prevails. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize in advance because it is allergy season in Tennessee. But what we're considering now, what we'll be discussing for the next few minutes, is a culmination of work that has been going on really for administration for a whole year and from our Finance Committee for several months now. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Finance Committee. I'm sorry, I need to move adoption of Amendment 2 to 3.
That's Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2 to amendment number 3. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For clarification, did any of the actions we've taken previously strip off the amendment that was made to fund the parking garage? Did any of those actions, was that included in any of the motions, voice vote or anything we just put on the board? Is that still in the budget amendment?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
I apologize, but I did not hear the question.
Representative Ogles.
This point of clarity, the body voted earlier to add an amendment to the budget that funded a parking garage, I believe. Is that still in the budget language? Did any of the amendments we just adopted, did any of the voice votes, anything on the board strip that amendment off the legislation?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
That amendment is no longer a part of the legislation.
Representative Ogles. Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Was that explained to the body?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
We went through the amendments. That was amendment number 1017648. That was the reset amendment, which this body passed.
Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like the journal to reflect that a motion was made before this body, that motion was passed, and then it was undone without explanation to the body. As much as I value the work of the Finance Committee and those in leadership, it seems the responsibility of those that are leading procedure to inform the members of what they're voting on if they don't have the time to timely review the documentation before them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? We're voting on, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 2 to amendment number 3. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 79, 11 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Amendment number 2 to number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 3 as amended by amendments 1 to 3 and 2 to 3.
Vice Chairman Baum, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption, and ask for an explanation from the sponsor. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption of committee amendment number 3. That's a proper motion, probably second. Any discussion? Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you please explain what's in this amendment? Because, we don't want that to happen again. I guess we're going to have to go through every amendment now and explain everything in it. And I don't care if it takes 2 hours. If you're not going to be honest with us, we're going to have to go through every amendment.
I think you have a packet in front of you, sir. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Amendment 3 is the legislative amendment to the appropriations bill. That is the amendment that makes the budget and that we will be discussing. Since we have an opportunity, we'll answer questions as members would like to ask them.
There we go. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Since it is a House Committee amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was premature a minute ago. I want to start out again by saying this is the culmination of a great deal of work on behalf of the administration, the Finance Committee, and members of this body. I want to thank the members of the Finance Committee who spent untold hours in budget hearings. I'm hearing, seeing some nods from members, countless hours, lots of questions, digging down into the budget. And I think an opportunity for all of you to listen to what was being proposed by the administration, to listen to what your folks back home would have had you to do, and give us an opportunity to put our stamp on this budget. And I think at the end of the day, I hope when you leave here that you will feel that it is your budget. This is a budget from this legislature. Does it have everything in it that any of us would want? No, it does not. We can't have a budget made by 99 people and 33 in the Senate. It just would not work. But what we have in front of us is a budget that is good for Tennesseans. I do want to thank our staff, the brains of the operation, Jessica Himes, Mirna Tunick, Joel Hayes, Doug Garrett, our fiscal review staff led by Krista Lee Karsner. They're the ones who really have worked long hours into the night when you and I have been able to go home. They've been behind working to make sure that this is ready for us today.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
I'm thinking. When you look at this budget, I think you're going to see in it the things that are important to Tennesseans. It reflects Tennessee values. It reflects who we are and the things that we care about. We care about taking care of our families. We're doing that in this budget in myriad of ways, including work that we're doing in health, in education, workforce development, because all of us want, at the end of the day, we want for our elderly to be cared for, and we want our children to have an opportunity for a better life than we had. That's what every Tennessean wants. There are many things in this budget that will help us accomplish that. We want to be safe. We want to be safe in our homes. We want to be safe in our streets. We passed legislation just prior to this that's going to help make that happen, and it's funded in this budget. We're responsible. We're responsible as citizens individually, and we're responsible as a state. We pay our bills. You'll see us doing that in this budget. And we're investing in our future. We're making sure that Tennesseans down the road are going to continue to have the opportunities that you and I have had. And we're being very fiscally conservative. We've recognized we are in unprecedented times in terms of dollars available, but as a good friend of mine has told me many times, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And just because we have all this money doesn't mean we should spend it. And we are not. We're giving money back to the taxpayers because at the end of the day, the state of Tennessee doesn't have any money that doesn't come from someone else. It comes from businesses. It comes from individual pockets. So we're going to make sure that some of this largesse that we have in our coffers now is being shared back with Tennesseans. There are a lot of things that we're going to talk about, some that I will go over and others that I'm sure that you'll have questions and we'll bring out in the process. But I want to mention, first of all, that the total fiscal year 22-23 state budget is $52.8 billion. For perspective, the total fiscal year 21-22 state budget is a total of 51.2. There have been some questions about the fact that the initial budget for that fiscal year, when we left here the first time, was $42.6 billion. That was increased by over $8 billion because of federal COVID relief funding that had to be recognized in the budget. There's a total of, in this year's budget, the budget that we're getting ready to pass, it also includes federal funds appropriated through the American Rescue Plan. And what we've tried to do in this budget, we've not recognized every dollar because some of these dollars, we are just simply not sure if they're going to continue to be here. It's very difficult to tell in the excess funds that we're collecting how much is driven by these excess federal revenues that we're not accustomed to having and that will at some point go away. So in order to make sure that we are addressing the needs for the future, the governor had proposed $50 million additional deposit into the rainy day fund. We're making that deposit $250 million. That will bring it to a total of $1.8 billion. Thank you. You know, smarter people than I are predicting recession starting as early as next year. This puts us in position, if we have to deal with that sort of issue, we'll have the dollars in the rainy day fund to do so. We also, I mentioned that we pay our bills. We're adding $350 million towards our pension liabilities and other employment benefits, and $300 million toward the TCRS funding. That means that Tennesseans can be sure that the employees of the state will have the funds that they're promised when they retire. It also means that on a recurring basis going forward, we will have to put less money in the budget to cover that because of these large deposits that we made last year and that we're making again this year. But the most important part of this budget, in my mind, for Tennesseans, and folks, please listen up, because the media is not going to cover this part, but your folks back home are going to be interested in this. This is the part that's going to hit their pockets. We're doing, in this budget, over $300 million in tax cuts. $300 million in tax cuts. We're doing it in a myriad of ways. Some of that is recurring, some of it is non-recurring. I'm going to hit some highlights. One of the things that we've talked about for several years, through several sessions, pretty much the whole time I've been here for the 8 years, is professional privilege tax. This year, we're eliminating doctors from that category. We have a need for doctors in the state. We have historically, gradually eliminated these kinds of taxes, just like we did with the hall tax and with the professional privilege tax. We have worked on that category by category, and this year we're adding doctors to that. That eliminates, that's $9.7 million in tax cuts. We have spent a lot of money and have committed a lot of money, both federal, state, and to some degree local, towards broadband enhancement. Maps came out this week that show we have a broadband problem in the state, as we all know. We are going to make sure that we do everything that we can to get broadband to every citizen in Tennessee who wants it. We have grants that are being issued for providers to do broadband deployment. Those grants will now be worth 10% more because for the next 3 years, matching the life of the grants, we will be waiving the taxes, both state and local, on the materials and installation that go into getting broadband to our citizens. For a number of years, we have had an issue that I'm sure folks with Farm Bureau have talked with you about in terms of taxing issue for our agriculture, for our farmers. That has been a hodgepodge in the tax code. This year we're overhauling that, and we're following along the model of what we do for manufacturers, and that is if you are a certified farmer in the state and you're buying materials that are needed in your agricultural process, you will not be paying tax on those materials. That is going to make a big difference for farmers in the state of Tennessee. We are For the first time ever, I mentioned this earlier, but $120 million in one-time tax cuts, because when you go buy your tag, beginning July 1st of this year through June 30th next year, when you go buy your tag for your personal car or your motorcycle, you will not pay the state portion of that license fee. That's $121 million. That's for Tennesseans in the state. We are also continuing our annual sales tax holiday. That's $10 million. That's not a new tax cut. It's considered already in the budget. We are also, the governor had in the budget already, we will continue to uphold a month-long sales tax food holiday in August. That's $80 million worth of tax credits. Here's some other things that I think are going to be interesting to your folks back home. We are putting $1 million for county and regional fairs, in addition to what the governor already had in his base budget. So there will be a grant opportunity for our county fairs across the state. We're putting in $1 million for competitive grants for senior centers. Last year, that was $400,000. We've upped that considerably. We're doing $1 million grant for universal adult changing tables, and that's in addition to what TDOT is doing out of their own budget. They will be installing those changing tables in welcome centers across the state. We have $2 million in a grant fund for rescue squads and $5 million for volunteer fire departments. Last year, we had $1 million in a fund for volunteer fire departments. We got in $5 million worth of requests. So assuming the requests are similar this year, we will be able to fund all of those. We are also funding a number of organizations statewide that do work across the state in all three grand divisions: the Epilepsy Foundation, Boys and Girls Clubs, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, for instance. This budget includes $465 million in funding for employee salaries and benefits. And that includes a market rate study of $120 million to help us find out what we need to do to pay competitive prices for our employees, to keep employees in positions that are critical for the state. In education, in addition to the TISA bill that we will be considering next week, as a part of that, this budget includes $500 million for CTE grants for 281 high schools for $1 million each, and 400 middle schools and with $500,000, and then 70 small schools with $200,000 each. There's recurring money for funding to continue summer learning camps that have proved to be both popular with parents and students and effective in reducing learning loss. In higher education, for the first time since 2008, we're increasing the Hope Scholarship. Economic development, we are $18 million is going to construct and establish a new Tennessee Entrepreneurial Science and Technology Hub at UT Martin. We're providing additional grant money to launch Tennessee for their entrepreneurial work and their across the state. And there is $10 million for funding historical development grant programs for business, developers, not-for-profits, and communities, so that they can rehab our historic buildings and they don't get lost to the wrecking ball. We're doing a number of things in health and mental health, many of them already in the base budget, but there's $6 million recurring to expand clinical treatment services to the uninsured, those Tennesseans who have substance disorders, who just really wreck their lives or their families' lives. There will be money and opportunity and hope for those. We're adding $5 million to the healthcare safety net. We are providing funding for mental health, the Mental Health Treatment Act of 2022. And we're doing additional funding for an organization called Centerstone, over and above what the governor had in his budget. They provide our veterans with mental health assistance. For our children in Tennessee, we're adding $5 million for the Children's Advocacy Centers. We're having $9.7 million to increase the salaries for our DCS workers so that we can keep those folks on the job, bring more folks back. They have a caseload right now that is just totally unmanageable. So this will be something that will help us to make sure that we're caring for our most vulnerable of citizens, our small children in the state. There's $33.8 million for the Tennessee Foster's Hope program, and that will allow us to expand child care vouchers so that foster parents and adopted children. Law and safety, we have passed just a few minutes ago. Maybe it was hours, maybe it was days, I've lost track. But we passed a truth in sentencing bill that is going to really help law and safety in the state. For your jails back home, this budget has an additional $2 per day per inmate for those state prisoners who have been housed in our local jails. We are also funding 32 new DAs, and we are putting 100 new Tennessee highway troopers on our roads. There's $179 million in this budget to complete the full construction of the Tennessee Advanced Communications Network coverage. That will make sure that there's full mobile connectivity across all of Tennessee for emergency communications and for our law enforcement. There's many other things in this budget. I know there are many questions, so I'm going to stop now and just answer those questions from members of the body.
Chairlady Hazelwood renews her motion. Representative Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we appreciate all the hard work that all the committee has done with the Chair Lady Hazelwood and Chairman Hicks there. I have one little question I'd like to ask, though, please. I introduced a bill, it's HB 2012, to restore the historic sharing of the sales tax revenues with our cities and towns. For nearly 60 years, the state shared a small percentage of the sales tax designated for the general fund with cities. In 2002, the state altered the relationship when it increased the state's sales tax from 6% to 7% and chose not to share associated revenues with cities. Now, it's been 20 years, and myself and a number of our colleagues support restoring this sharing relationship. Of course, as you know, that went behind the budget, I believe, but this budget does not include any of those funds dedicated to ensure the state begins to share all the sales tax dollars generated from the general fund. Is that correct?
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
That is correct.
Representative Carr.
Thank you. And just to read that, I think we have come to an agreement now that we're probably going to take this back up next year, and we're going to look at this diligently, because just for facts so that you'll know about this, today 92% of the sales tax of the state's total sales tax collections are generated within city limits. Thus, this sharing amounts to a practice of returning the cities a small portion of the state's sales tax revenue in order to reduce the local tax burden, and a burden that is borne by the city taxpayers and is directly associated with keeping the state's economy going. So I appreciate what we've done today. It got put behind the budget this year, but I want you to know that next year we're going to be doing this and try to include a little bit of that tax for our cities. And I appreciate this, the chairman and Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the representative has mentioned, this is something that I'm sure we'll get further discussion in other years. But as I mentioned in the beginning, we couldn't fund everything in this budget. We have a great deal of money, but we still do not have the money to fund everything. And I think it was more important to make sure that we got tax cuts back in people's pockets than perhaps tax cuts to local governments who also at this particular time have funds that they have received from through various federal sources. So maybe next year.
Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a amendment number 22 on the desk. I move for consideration.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, freshly filed Amendment 22 by Chairman Rudd. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed. He's allowed a 1-minute explanation.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body recently voted on the employee parking garage. I was at the back of the room and did not know, but they stripped that out of the budget on a sleeper, which I didn't know was coming. And this amendment is the same exact amendment to put it back in the budget again, number 22. So it does the same thing, allocating 15 million from the rainy day allocation of 200 million. And I ask for your reconsideration so this body's will can be put back in the budget where it belongs. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 22. All those in favor of considering amendment number 22, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 44, 46 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 fails. Mr. Clerk, any further amendments?
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and Madam Chair, we're spending an inordinate amount of money this year, a record amount, in fact, on this budget. And we're funding a lot of great things. I'm glad that we're putting money into the projects you talked about. We're putting money into the programs you talked about. But I also want us to remember that there's still a great number of important things that's not included in this budget. And there are things that's missing that I think we should at least bring some attention to. Tennesseans are still really hurting when it comes to access to health care. Tennesseans are hurting when it comes to the crushing weight of medical debt. And as you mentioned, we are continuing to debate on education, but we're still millions away from the amount of money we should be putting into our education system, billions, in fact, over the years. Again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I want to thank you for your hard work and for all the many of us that's in this room, including members and staff, because we have worked hard. But I just wanted us to get on the record, Mr. Speaker, and speak for the millions of Tennesseans and their families that we still have a long way to go. We have many miles to go before we can sleep. And I know that we will continue to work to help our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Chair Hazelwood, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Camper, I don't know that there's anyone in this body who would disagree that we still have work to do, but I think we can be proud of the work that we have done today, the funds that we have expended and that we are directing towards just those areas that you mentioned, along with others. I do appreciate your input, and it's, again, as I mentioned from the very beginning, although we have a great deal of money, it's never enough to do everything that we would like to do, but I think we have made very prudent and directed choices that will improve the lives of Tennesseans, and I think this budget will do that.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with you. I would hope that next year, or as the leader said a minute ago, in July of this year, as we sit down moving forward, that we can talk about those issues early on in the budget process, where we can come together around healthcare and say this is something that the state needs to be moving toward, particularly around mental health that we know is still a problem here in the state. So I do look forward to working with you, but let's work together earlier in the process as we move forward with next year's budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just do want to point out again, I think we all recognize that we have a mental health and drug problem. They're very related in the state, and I'm sure in 50 states across the country. But our budget does include 6 million recurring dollars that will be used to expand clinical treatment services to the uninsured, to those who do not have access to that kind of treatment for their addictions. So that is in this budget. There's 5 million additional dollars in the healthcare safety net. We are requiring health benefits plans. This is something new for the women in the state of Tennessee. We're requiring health benefit plans to provide expanded coverage for mammograms. And we're providing funding, again, as I mentioned, to implement the Mental Health Treatment Act. So recognizing the problem, and we are attacking it, and we are committed, and I know your caucus is as committed as mine is to addressing those issues going forward.
Representative Keisling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you sit on the education committees. Many of you sit on budget. I don't, nor do my constituents back in the great 38 to you, Chair Lady. There's still some confusion, including myself, when it comes to the TISA funding. Could you give me a little better understanding of the roadmap? This funding was not included in today's vote. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
The funding was included already in the governor's base budget. He provided that funding. We will have an opportunity next week to hear on this floor from our friends and Chairman of Education to talk about the TISA bill, to answer those specific questions, but the funding is provided. If the TISA bill doesn't pass, then the funding is still there for education, but the funding is included in the budget. But the TISA bill, that discussion, I believe, is for another day.
Representative Keisling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it could fail. It could. And if it fails, what? What happens next, Chair Lady?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Without the TISA funding, then we will be back to the BEP formula, which currently governs education. And that, I'm assuming that the funding that would be allocated in the budget for TISA would be used for the BEP.
Representative Keisling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lady. It's a better understanding. Appreciate it.
Representative Miller.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try calling for the questions, see how far we get.
All right, question's been called. Any objections? I don't see enough hands. We're voting. Hang on. We'll get there. There seems to be objection for previous question. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? We're on previous question. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 75, 16 nay, 2 present, not voted.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2897 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Vote. Garrett, aye. Manis, aye. Williams, aye. Hazelwood, aye. Hicks, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, 2 nays.
Senate Bill 2897 has received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2883, by Chair Lady Hazelwood and others, relative to the statutory revisions required for implementation of the Annual Appropriations Act. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, as the clerk described, is the Budget Implementation Bill, lovingly known as the BIMP. And this bill makes the statutory changes that are necessary to implement the budget. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2897. I'm sorry, 2898.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2898, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 2898 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 2, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 2.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment Number 3 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, is not timely filed. Mr. Speaker, the sponsor is allowed a 1-minute explanation.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 3 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment Number 4 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, is not timely filed. Members allowed a 1-minute explanation.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 4 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this bill makes the statutory changes that are necessary to implement the budget. I move passage.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2898. Vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Wendell, aye. Williams, aye. Dixie, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 2898, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2886, by Chair Lady Hazelwood and others relative to bonds. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2901.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2901, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2901 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 2901 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment Number 2 by Chairman Sapicki. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want you to consider what's being said in this amendment is it's not opposing the new Titan Stadium or the Dome Stadium. It's asking for more time. It's asking for more clarification. Over the last few weeks, the conversation has shifted away from a renovation to Titan Stadium, Nissan Stadium, to now a new stadium, a Dome Stadium. Now, this proposal may be a great idea, but we have not been presented with enough information to make a good decision. It seems this decision may be rushed or not based off of completed data. And now that is no fault of anyone here. It's no fault of our governor. However, we have an opportunity to study and gather real data on cities that have recently built stadiums. And we can analyze the data not only of the gross dollars that we've been presented, but the net impact of the stadium on local and state economies. The cities of Dallas, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Atlanta, and Las Vegas have recently built dome stadiums. And these cities could provide us with real and accurate data on the return on investment those projects have provided. 3 of those projects, I remind you, have been built by the owners of those NFL franchises, Dallas, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. This one-pager that we were provided, that's been referenced earlier, does not provide enough information for us to make this decision. We have 4 organizations that have analyzed this one-pager and are giving us caution as we proceed. Myself, along with hearing what Representative Todd and Representative Rudd said, along with Representative Sparks, and others along with our colleagues in the Senate who have already removed this from their budget. We believe that having more information will create a better understanding of exactly what economic impact a dome stadium will have on the citizens and the economy of Nashville and the state of Tennessee. My constituents overwhelmingly asked that I ask for more information, and they've made it perfectly clear that they do oppose this stadium being put on the taxpayers' backs. Now, we have been told by members here that there are many things that need to be done for our partners in this project to secure their finances. So why not take the time? The $55 million for this is already in the budget. Let's take the time to gather the data before we authorize a bonding of $500 million for a stadium. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the amendment.
Representative Spicky moves adoption of amendment number 2. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate my good friend from Murray County, my former seatmate for 2 years. Very appreciative of his friendship, his passion, and the amendment. Members, I can assure you and I can assure Tennesseans arriving in this building every Monday for 8 straight weeks at 9 o'clock and sitting in budget hearings for 6 hours. Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood. I can assure you meeting in finance on Tuesdays, meeting on Thursdays after session. I can assure you that we have taken our time and we have done all the due diligence we can to thoroughly vet not only this issue, but all others. And again, I'll just quickly go back to, and I promise members, I'm not going to go into everything I went into last time, but just I want to take our F&A numbers and the projections related to the stadium. This is related to the stadium. $235 million in tax revenue from NFL games that will be played in that stadium. 182 million tax dollars from the mixed use development around the stadium. $414 million related to the entire campus development for a net of $207 million on the investment that we make in that stadium. Again, members, whether it's Ford, Amazon, Facebook, whomever it may be, we make Oracle, we make significant investments with an incredible rate of return. We've been blessed as Tennesseans to have those who have the ability to make those investments. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, again, reminding all Tennesseans the amount of time we have invested in this to vet this project to the best of our ability, I would move we table this amendment.
That's proper motion, probably second. The parliamentary situation is Representative Spicky has moved adoption of amendment number 2. Representative Zachary has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that sponsor. Representative Spicky, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my good friend from Knoxville, who was my seatmate also, I do respect him a lot, but I think that's one of the issues in the whole proposal here is this information has not been disseminated to the rest of the body. We're not talking borrowing here of a couple $1 million. We're talking something that's going to economically possibly change Nashville and the surrounding area for a long, long time. And we've been told that the Titans are going to have to secure their funding. We'll be considering a bill on the floor Monday that allows Nashville to start to secure their money. I failed to understand what the rush is when we've passed the budget and already have the $55 million to make the payment on this in there. We can study this. We can talk to those other cities. Our F&A people have not been in Minneapolis, have not been in Los Angeles, have not been in Las Vegas and talked to those people. And if they have, they haven't disseminated it to us. So all we're asking for is more time to consider this as we move forward. and be cautious to make sure we do what's best for all Tennesseans. Mr. Speaker, I ask everybody to vote no on the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Sapicki has moved adoption of amendment number 2. Representative Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor to table, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 68, 20 nays, 4 present,
The
unvoted.
ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 2 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
We are on the bill. Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. And as quite a few of you know, I had concerns initially, and I'm glad to tell you that those concerns have been addressed. Concerns about having adequate information and concerns about whether there would be fair play for projects in West Tennessee and East Tennessee within the next year or two. And I'm satisfied with the responses, Mr. Speaker, that I've had from leadership and from others who came to see me on the Titans bill, that we're going to be able to do some things in other parts of the state, East Tennessee and West Tennessee, that will benefit all of the great state of Tennessee. Now, I'm voting yes.
Thank you. Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise actually today to object to this bill. Adding this burden on the backs of the taxpayers of this state is something that's not flying very well in my district, and I doubt many of your districts. Folks may not have stopped you yet, but as folks are seeing this on the news, it's kind of an odd thing. They're coming up to me, and normally they'll talk about the merits of something or pros and cons. But this one, they're just saying, this doesn't even make sense. Why would we do this as a state? This does not make sense. Surely you're not going to vote for this. And I don't get a lot of feedback from my constituents, but this is one thing I'm getting feedback on. Stadium subsidies, historically, and this is not looking at predictions that somebody paid for that was quoted earlier. This is looking at history, actual facts. Subsidies do not pay for themselves in stadiums. The cost-benefit analysis provided by team officials and FNA is fundamentally flawed. No one has showed me that this is even constitutionally what the state can or should be doing, investing in property that we don't even own. We have nothing there that we own, like a state park or other properties around the state. No assurance that this team will even stay here. There's no assurance that any venues will come here. Among economists, including MTSU's Daniel Smith, there's a clear consensus that stadium subsidies make little sense. In particular, sports subsidies fail to pay for themselves. They fail to create the net economic growth that's always predicted, and they fail to pass the cost-benefit test, even when considering the cultural value of having a hometown team. Leading sports economists, researchers Dennis Coates, University of Maryland, and Brad Humphreys, University of West Virginia, stated in 2008 that we find near unanimity in the conclusion that stadiums, arenas, and sports franchises have no consistent positive impact on jobs, income, and tax revenues. J.C. Bradbury of Kennesaw State University joined them earlier this year to release an updated review. It covered more than 130 studies spanning over 30 years. This isn't predictive. This is 30 years of research, 130 different studies. These show that, and they confirm that the decades-old consensus of very limited economic impacts of professional sports teams and stadiums. That is a fact. This is not prediction. The Titans cost-benefit analysis of the proposed new stadium to justify the use of public subsidies is not publicly available for some reason. All we have is some kind of a summary. We don't know what it's based on. We have no other facts except their summary. It counts economic impact of future football games and events held at the stadium and economic activity occurring on the stadium campus without considering that the existing stadium, which we haven't paid for in full yet, already host football games and events, and the businesses on the stadium campus will already generate tax revenues regardless of whether a new stadium is built or not. If the information provided by the Titans is accurate, the estimates of the new facility's economic impact needs to be reduced by about 60%. And think about that one for a second. This could be a massive failure for the state. The analysis provided by them in justification of the stadium is not credible. The Super Bowl in 2020 in Miami was quoted earlier because that's some of the propaganda that's been handed to us at a $570 million estimated benefit to Miami. It actually ran between 30 and 130 million of actual dollars. That was the economic impact. So numbers are skewed, they're not accurate, and I just ask you to vote against this bond issue. We don't need this. This is a bad investment, and your and my constituents know that. When you see them tomorrow, they will tell you, I can't believe y'all even considered this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have been pretty quiet through all this, and I would appreciate your attention. We are a republic, and we are representative of our districts. And I know all of you have been talking in the grocery stores in your district, at the gas station. I was in the dentist chair the other day. My dentist said, "Hey, Terry Lynn, tell me you're not going to vote for that Titans thing, are you?" He didn't say anything else but that. That is on their heart. Now, we either come down here and we get all hoorah-rah because of all this so-called money we might make, which those are a bunch of ifs. Those aren't guarantees. So I would ask you to seriously think about what your constituents are thinking. And then ask yourself this. I've never been to a Titans football game. You know why I've not been to one? Because I can't afford to take my family to a Titans game because the tickets are too daggone expensive. Unless you get a freebie or some wealthy person lets you sit up in their box, you probably won't be sitting in those stands either. Just because we might make a bunch of money doesn't make it necessarily right. I could think of many things we could already do right now with that big chunk of change. How about we put more money in our roads? Our roads are the worst they have ever been since I've been sitting in this General Assembly. And I'm not blaming TDOT. I'm just saying we have cash to fix our roads. Heck, how in the world are you even going to be able to go to a new stadium? We can't even move around on the roads we have now. Every day I drive in here, I'm stuck on 440 and 40 there, where Spence Road dumps into because there's nowhere any cars can go. We need an overpass there. We need infrastructure. We need roads. Then think about some multi-gazillion $million stadium. And finally, my last thing I want to say. We were in this House and we voted to protect women's sports. You remember that? Do you also remember it was the Titans that blasted us for supporting women's sports? Do you remember that? That was in the news. And now they're coming to us and they want a bunch of money for a bunch of guys who won't even stand up when our national anthem is being played in our stadium. I will not support this bill. I ask you not to support it. Of all the gall to come here and ask us to give them money when they can't even stand up for our national anthem, the land of the free and the home of the brave. If they don't like that, they can go play ball somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I share some of the sentiments of the representative to my left, but I would like to say that there are other benefits than money alone. There are cultural and social benefits to having a sports team, a sports event, and the atmosphere that goes with it. So it's not about money alone. However, when we go out in the community, they want to know about the money. And I would just like answers to 2 or 3 simple questions. One, we should be able to tell our constituents what the total cost to the state of Tennessee will be. 1. 2, what is the $55 million number for? 3, there is an understanding that that 2 or 3 simple questions, Chair Larry. Number 1, what will be the total cost to the state of Tennessee out of supporting this stadium? 2, what is the $55 million that has been floated on? What is that money for? 3, so we are going to fund bonds worth $500 million. And so we will have to pay interest on those bonds. How is that going to be paid? And finally, Titans have a 35-year lease on the stadium. Is any of that lease or rent money that we get going to go towards paying for the bond interest? So if you will kindly explain that, I'll be able to explain it to my constituents, and I think they'll be happy about it. Thank you.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Representative Kumar, and I apologize. I was in a sidebar, and I didn't mean to ignore your first question. The initiative that we have before us, there are actually 2 parts in this bill. Part of it, $83.5 million bonding authority. And let me remind you, this is an authority to do the bonds. It is not issuing the bonds. It simply provides the authority to do so should they be needed. If none of these if all these piece parts of the puzzle don't come together, then the bonds would not be issued. But this bill, as now amended, has $83.5 million for the highway program. This is something that we do every year in order to it's a stopgap for TDOT to make sure that should they have issues with, funding on any projects or whatever, they would have the ability to go to the market and issue bonds. Those bonds we do this every year, and those bonds have never had to be issued. But the bond for the stadium would be a $500 million grant. In the budget is $55 billion. That would be a recurring cost that would pay for principal and interest on those bonds. That is a maximum figure. That is figured with the state paying 6% for interest. It's been a long time since bonds have been issued at that high a level. So $55 billion is absolutely an absolute maximum. We would expect it to be less. I would also suggest to you that because this project will probably not be construction ready in the next 12 months, that we would have an opportunity to look at our budget in next year. If we wanted to pay cash for part of this or all of this, that is something that we could consider so that we wouldn't be paying interest at all. But I hope that answers your questions as to the $55 million that's in the budget that we passed recurring is for principal and interest, but again, that's a maximum number.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are taking on an obligation of paying up to $55 million a year for the next 30 years, 35 years.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Assuming it would be a 30-year bond, but again, this bill simply authorizes the issuance of those bonds. It is not issuing the bonds. We're not taking on any obligation with this bill. We're simply providing the authority to do so should all things work out and that be necessary. This is simply an authorization.
Representative Kumar.
And the leasing of the stadium for 35 years that the Titans organization will have, the lease payments that they pay, they go to who? Do they come proportionally to the state of Tennessee? Do they just go to the sports authority? Okay.
Shirley Hazelwood, you recognize.
Those payments would go to the sports authority because the sports authority is the owner of that property.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support for this effort. And number one, I want to tell you why. Nashville is in Tennessee, y'all. Okay? They are in Middle Tennessee. And when one part of our state grows, all of our state grows either directly or indirectly. But you know, maybe what we ought to do is consider the sales tax that come out of Nashville that goes to the general fund of the state of Tennessee. I don't have the exact number, but it's somewhere between 36 to 38%. And when you add this kind of a project, it's going to get up to the high 40s. Now, if we start passing legislation that you get based upon what come out of your city, a lot of us are not going to get anything if we don't have some Memphises, some Nashvilles, and some Knoxvilles, because we way down in the country. I rise in support of this because this is a part of Tennessee. And until we get away from the fact that we are living in 3 states, East, Middle, and West, we're never going to get anywhere. Now, I'm from West Tennessee, and I have not heard one single person in West Tennessee say I needed to vote against this project. We were fortunate enough to get Blue Oval City, thank God. Nashville is fortunate enough to get a stadium that will draw people from all over the world, thank God. And just because some of us didn't get it in our district don't mean it's not going to help us. And finally, I would say, if I got some constituents back in West Tennessee that don't want to support this, they don't have to come to Nashville. Nobody is telling them to come to Nashville. That's their privilege. My kids want to come to football games. They want to come to NFL games. They want to come to big games. And I want to do something to give them that privilege if they want to. We're going to have people coming from all over the country moving into this state. When Blue Oval comes, they're going to want to come to stadiums like this. Why can't we be proud of our state and have a football stadium that we can all be proud of? Why not? We keep acting like a bunch of kids who saying you got one toy more than I got. We live in the state of Tennessee, and it's time for all of us to act like we live in the state of Tennessee and do what's right for Tennessee, whether it's East, Middle, or West. I'm in support of the legislation. Thank you for bringing it.
That order. Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the members, when I took my oath of office, I took up reading the state constitution. It's not that long. It's, 40, 45 pages, and I read it every year before we come up here, and I do not read well at all. But there's one section that stood out because it seemed kind of teethy, and it said, acts forbidden by the state. Section 31, Article 2, acts forbidden by the state. The credit of the state shall not be hereafter loaned or given to or in aid of any person, association, company, corporation, or municipality, nor shall the state become the owner in whole or in part of any bank or stockholder in any other association, company, corporation, or municipality. And Mr. Speaker, on this floor, I've heard the words Ford today. I heard Oracle. I've heard the Titans. I've heard several corporations. And every time I hear that, I'm troubled because Article 2, Section 31 clearly states that we should not give the credit of the state to benefit corporations. Now, we've got lawyers who I respect greatly, do great work for the state, but it seems like we find workarounds from time to time to do the things we want to do rather than follow the guide we've been given, the guide, not God, guide, which is the state constitution, in which we took an oath to serve. So going forward, I would simply challenge you all. You'll all be here a long time. I just challenge you to read that Constitution and follow the guides we've been given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mitchell at Marsh desk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objections? Seeing 1, 2, that's not enough. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2901 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 19 nays, 3 present, unvoted.
Senate Bill 2901 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2884 by Chair Lady Hazelwood and others, an act pursuant to Article 2, Section 24 of the Tennessee Constitution, providing for the dollar amount and rate by which the growth of appropriations from state tax revenues will exceed the estimated growth in the state's economy, and to amend Tennessee Code Annotated Title 9, Chapter 4, Part 52. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2899.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2899 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2899 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 2899 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is lovingly known as the Copeland Cap. David Copeland served in this body for a number of years. He was from Hamilton County. He was a strong fiscal conservative, and this cap was his means of making sure that the state lived within their means. The Constitution requires us to pass an index bill whenever the growth in appropriations from state tax revenue exceeds the growth in personal income. Because of the unprecedented funds that have come into the state from federal sources, from the funds that have come directly to the state from the feds, the funds that have made their way into our tax revenues because of appropriations that have gone directly to businesses and individuals. We need to pass this legislation to address the current budget year. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2899 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 3 nays.
Senate Bill 2899 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2885 by Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to hold this on the desk.
Without objection, hold on the desk. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the appropriations calendar.
Next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Representative Parkinson, you're recognized. Representative Parkinson, you have a resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was over here being distracted by my colleague from Williamson County. I won't call his name. But Mr. Speaker, okay, thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules be suspended for the immediate introduction and consideration of House Resolution 207.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
House Resolution 207 by Representative Parkinson, a resolution to honor Gladys Ann Hunter Sawyer.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules suspended. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Resolution number 207.
Representative Parkinson moves adoption of House Resolution 207. Properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Resolution 207 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. I hereby declare it adopted without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Representative Halford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR 1767.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 1767 by Chairman Halford, a resolution to honor and commemorate the 85th anniversary of the Tennessee Conservationist.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Halford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR number 1767.
Representative Halford moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1767. Properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurred in without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have some messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 2673, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 1834, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House the Senate Bill 2204, the Senate non-concurred and House Amendment 2.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 2291, substitute for Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Representative Faison, would you like to make your announcement at Chairman Dixie's desk?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Dixie and myself do have an announcement. Next Tuesday night, there will be a very bipartisanship get-together, and you will hear more direction from your leaders, and we expect all you to be there Tuesday night, 5:30, and more info is coming from there. Thank you.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please remember that House Government Operations Committee will be meeting at a different time next week. The full House Government Operations Committee will be meeting at 12:30 p.m. at House Hearing Room 1 to hear a regular calendar. Following that, our monthly joint government operations rule review will be held at 1 p.m. at House Hearing Room 1. Again, full House Government Operations Committee meeting at 12:30, House Hearing Room 1 on Monday, followed by the joint Government Operations Rule Review at 1 o'clock, House Hearing Room 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any announcements? Lear Lambert.
All right, members, it's that time of year, and I know we did a modified, minimized flow motion the other day to get us to this point. On Monday evening, I'll be making a motion for the full flow motion to go into effect. And if we all work very diligently next week, it is at least possible that we might be able to conclude our business for this General Assembly next week. Could take longer. Don't clap yet. Could take longer. But at the very least, I wanted to announce and let everybody know that we will potentially go into the flow motion on Monday. That will be the full flow motion. That way, any additional bills could be considered as soon as possible on the floor. And I wanted to make that announcement now. It is available from the clerk if you'd like to look at the rules that will potentially be suspended. But the Speaker and I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to review that before Monday night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, you're all invited down to Memphis this weekend for the Africa in April Cultural Awareness Festival. And it begins on, well, it actually began yesterday, and it will go through Sunday. I've sent calendars out to your leadership. I'll also have it posted on my social media. Africa in April Cultural Awareness Festival. See you in Memphis.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Well, roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 94 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 5 p.m. Monday, April 25th, 2022.
Without objection, the House stands recessed till 5 p.m. on Monday, April 25th, 2022.